Welcome to the comprehensive Power BI Advanced full course. In this dynamic and immersive learning experience, we will delve into the depths of Power BI and unleash its true potential. Power BI has revolutionized the world of data analytics and visualization, enabling organizations to make data-driven decisions with unparalleled ease and efficiency. This course will take your Power BI skills to the next level, equipping you with the advanced techniques and insights to supercharge your data analysis capabilities. Throughout this course, you will explore the intricacies of Power BI's advanced features, including DAX formulas, data modeling, advanced visualizations, and interactive dashboards. You will gain hands-on experience in harnessing the full power of Power BI to transform raw data into compelling and actionable visualizations. Whether you are a data analyst, business intelligence professional, or simply yet another enthusiast seeking to enhance your data storytelling skills, then this course will equip you with the knowledge and practical skills needed to excel in the world of advanced Power BI analytics. Get ready to unlock new data exploration and visualization possibilities as we embark on this transformative journey together. Also, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit the subscribe button, like the videos, and press the bell icon to never miss on our future content. Also, if you're an aspiring data analyst looking for online training and certification from the best universities, or a professional who wishes to switch careers in data analytics by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simulatics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The link in the description box below should navigate you to the homepage where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered. Now, over to our training experts.
Now let's understand why Power BI is needed. First, Power BI has the ability to access vast volumes of data from multiple sources. It allows you to view, analyze, and visualize huge quantities of data that cannot be opened in Excel. Some of the important data sources available in Power BI are Excel, CSV, XML, JSON, PDF, etc. Second, Power BI provides an easy-to-use drag and drop tool with features and functionalities that allow you to copy all formatting across similar visualizations. Power BI has exceptional integration with Excel. It helps you gather, analyze, publish, and share Excel business data. Power BI helps to accelerate big data preparation with Azure. Using Power BI with Azure allows you to analyze and share vast volumes of data. Azure Data Lake can reduce the time it takes to get insights and increase collaboration between business analysts, data engineers, and data scientists. Power BI allows you to get insights from data and turn insights into actions to take data-driven business decisions. Finally, Power BI allows you to perform real-time stream analytics. It fetches data from multiple sensors and social media sources to get access to real-time analytics, so you are always ready to make business decisions. Now let's see what Power BI is. Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft that lets you visualize your data and share insights. It converts data from different sources to build interactive dashboards and BI reports. As you can see, we have an Excel data about sales. Using this data, Power BI helps you build different charts and graphs to visualize the data. Now that we have understood what Power BI is, let us look at the important features of Power BI. First is Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a free software that you can download, and it allows you to build reports by accessing data easily. For using Power BI Desktop, you do not need advanced report designing or query skills to build a report. Second, as already discussed, Power BI supports stream analytics. From factory sensors to social media sources, Power BI assists in real-time analytics to make timely decisions. Third, support for multiple data sources is one of the major features of Power BI. You can access various sources of data such as Excel, CSV, SQL Server, web files, etc. to create interactive visualizations. And finally, custom visualization. Custom visualization is another vital feature of Power BI. While dealing with complex data, Power BI's default standard might not be enough in some cases. In that case, you can access the custom library of visualization that meets your needs. Let us jump into discussing the various components of Power BI. As you can see, there are 6 major components of Power BI. Now let's discuss them one by one. First is Power Query. Power Query is the data transformation and mashup engine. It enables you to discover, connect, combine, and refine data sources to meet your analysis need. It can be downloaded as an add-in for Excel or can be used as part of Power BI Desktop. Second, we have Power Pivot. Power Pivot is a data modeling technology that lets you create data models. It also allows you to establish relationships and create calculations. It uses data analysis expression language or DAX to model simple and complex data. Third, we have Power View. Power View is a technology that is available in Excel, SharePoint, SQL Server and Power BI. It lets you create interactive charts, graphs, maps and other visuals that brings your data to life. Next, we have Power Map. Microsoft's Power Map for Excel and Power BI is a 3D data visualization tool that lets you map your data and plot more than 1 million rows of data visually on Bing Maps in 3D format from an Excel table or data model in Excel. Then we have Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a development tool for Power Query, Power Pivot and Power View. With Power BI Desktop, you have everything under the same solution and it is easier to develop BI and data analysis experience. Finally, we have Power Q&A. The Q&A feature in Power BI lets you explore your data in your own words. It is the fastest way to get an answer from your data using natural language. An example could be, what was the total sales last year? Once you have built your data model and deployed that into Power BI website, then you can ask questions and get answers easily. Now, let's see what Power BI Service is. Power BI Service is the software as a service part of Power BI. It is also referred as Power BI Online. To access Power BI Service, you need to log into app.powerbi.com. Now let me show you that. I'll go to Google, I'll open a new tab and search for app.powerbi.com. It's loading. But this is how the homepage of Power BI Service looks like. I've created some dashboards on it. First, you need to log into app.powerbi service. You can see I'm logged in. Now under my workspace, if I go to dashboard, here I've created a finance dashboard. You can see the different charts and graphs I've prepared and pinned it to the dashboard. So Power BI Service allows you to connect to your data, create reports and dashboards, and you can also ask questions to your data. Now as you can see in this dashboard, we have created some charts and graphs. So this is a tree map. There's a pie chart, there's a bar graph. Below you can see there are line charts and donut charts. It tells you the total sales that were made, the total number of units sold, the sales by product, sales by country, sales by segment and lots more. One of the key features of Power BI is creating dashboards from multiple reports and datasets. Power BI Dashboard is a single page visualization to tell a story. The visualizations on a dashboard are generated from multiple reports and each report is based on one dataset. A single page dashboard is known as a canvas. The visualizations you see on the dashboard are called tiles. These tiles are pinned to the dashboard by report designers. Now let me go back to my dashboard. So this is called a canvas and each of these are called tiles. So on the top you can see we have 3 tiles. Now let's understand how to create and publish reports in Power BI dashboards. Power BI allows you to create different reports on Power BI Desktop. These reports can be published on the Power BI dashboard using Power BI Service. Here you can see there is a Power BI report created on Power BI Desktop. If you click on Publish, it will take you to the Power BI Service where you can build a dashboard. Here is the button for Power BI Publish. Once you click on Power BI Publish, it will take you to the dashboard. So this is a single page Power BI dashboard on Power BI Service. Now let's understand the Power BI architecture. Power BI architecture is a service built on top of Azure. There are multiple data sources that Power BI can connect to. Power BI Desktop allows you to create reports and data visualizations on the dataset. Power BI Gateway is connected to on-premise data sources to get continuous data for reporting and analytics. Power BI services are basically the cloud services that are used to publish Power BI reports and data visualizations. Using Power BI mobile apps, you can stay connected to their data from anywhere. Power BI apps are available for Windows, iOS and Android platforms. Now, let's look at a case study on how Meijer, which is one of United States' largest supermarket chains, used Power BI to solve its business problems. Initially, Meijer had become dependent on its IT organization to extract insights from its data. It was time-consuming and inefficient as you had to wait for IT to build every report. Meijer was unable to perform ad hoc and real-time analysis easily. So what Meijer did was, it connected Power BI to an on-premises SQL Server Analysis Services Cube. This allowed them to refresh 20 billion rows of data in near real time. With Power BI, teams can now pull in the data faster and perform real-time analysis to derive insights from data. A bakery department inside Meijer used Power BI to compare its sales with regional performance. They analyzed where Meijer was behind the regional trends, focused on the problem and created a solution. With Power BI, they can now drill down into hourly sales and send out a sales flash to 800 Meijer business leaders. So Power BI enabled them to standardize data sources and empower store directors and team leaders to develop and track their data to ensure what they can improve. Now, let's do some practical hands-on demo with Power BI. So this is how the Power BI desktop interface looks like. On the left, you have the report view, the data view, and the model view. The report view is where you visualize your data with different charts and graphs to build reports. The data view allows you to view the whole data, while the model view is where you check if there are any relationships between the tables. On the right, you can see the different visualizations that you can build. We'll quickly run through all of these in our demo. So here you can see there's a finance sample data that will help you draw insights about the sale of products in different countries. We will create a report to visualize different charts and graphs and analyze those sales. So let me go to my Power BI desktop. First, we'll import our data. So let me go to our Get Data tab and choose Excel as my data source. I click on Excel. So here is our finance sample data. We'll select sheet 1. You can see the data here. Click on it and then select load. This might take some time to load the data. Now if I go to my data tab, you can see the entire data set. It has fields such as segment, country in which the sales was made, the name of the product, the units sold, and the sales price, and many more. Let's start building our report now. I'll go to my report view. So first let me create a text box. Let me resize it. Let me name it as Finance Dashboard. We'll increase the size of the text. We'll use font Consolas, center it. We'll also add a background to this. We use blue color, change it to white, and increase the size. Now, let me first show you how you can create a matrix. I'll go to Visualizations and click on Matrix. Let me resize it. From the Datasheet tab, I'll select Sales and drag onto Values. So you can see the total number of sales that were made. Now, let me do some formatting. So I'll go to the Format tab, click on Column Headers. Let's add a background color and let me increase the text size to 20. Similarly, under Values, we'll increase the size of the text to 20 as well. We can also click on Border and choose the color of the border. May take as, let it be black. So this is a simple matrix that we created which shows the total number of sales that were made. Similarly, let me choose matrix once again. Now we'll drag on the units sold onto values. We'll continue with the same drill. Under column headers, we'll add a background. This time, let's choose some other color, and under values, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Even for the column headers, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Again, we'll switch on border. We'll resize a bit. So here we have two matrices created for our report. The first matrix shows us the total sales that were made. The second matrix shows you the total units that were sold. Now let's move ahead and create a simple bar chart. So under Visualization, I click on Clustered Column Chart. Under this, we'll drag the date column onto axis and the sales onto value. Let me expand it. So it shows you the sales by year. This is the sales that were made in 2013 and this shows you the sales that were made in 2014. Now there's a drill down option which gives you more granularity. This depicts the sales by quarter. If I drill down further, you can see this shows you the sales by month. Also, you have some options like sort by and sort by sales. So you can see October month made the highest number of sales. Moving ahead, let me now create a pie chart where we will see the sales by different segments. Under Visualization, I'll click on Pie Chart. Let me first resize it. Here, I'll drag the segment column onto the legend and the sales column onto the values. As you can see, we have the sales made by different segments. Government segment made the highest number of sales with 44.22%. Now let me add a border to both the visualization. I'll click on the pie chart and go to the Format tab. I'll switch on the border. Similarly, for the clustered column chart, I'll go to the Format tab and click on Border. Now let me resize a bit. Alright. Next, we'll create a very simple table that will depict the total sales made by each product. So under Visualizations, I click on Table. Let me bring this below. So from the data sheet, I'll first drag product onto values. You can see the different products, and then sales just below it. So this depicts the total sales that were made by each product. And finally, it displays the total value of the sales that were made. This is same as the one shown here. Now let's do some formatting. Under Format tab, I'll go to Values and increase the text size to 15. Let me expand it. Also, under Column Headers, I'll increase the text size to 15. Then, let me go and add a border. Now let me create a map that will show you the sales that were made by each country. So first, let me create a new page, and under Visualization, I'll click on Map. Now, I'll drag the country column onto Location. So you can see we have our map ready, and we'll drag sales onto Size. You can see the different countries and the sales that they made. If I move the map, you can see the sales made in the Europe region. Let me resize it. I'll add a border to this. Now let me go ahead and create a donut chart that will show you the profit by each segment. Under Visualizations, I'll click on Donut Chart. I'll move this to the top. Now, from the data sheet, I'll add profit onto the values and segment onto the legend. If I expand this, you can see government segment made the highest amount of profit with 65.04%. Let me resize this and we'll add a border. Okay, in the final visualization, I'll show you how to create a tree map. This tree map will tell you the total amount of sales made by each product. So under Visualizations, I'll click on the tree map. Let me expand it. I'll drag sales onto values and product onto group. So here you can see our tree map and the sales made by each product. You can see now we have our report ready. We have created two separate canvases to visualize our data. Now, if you want to change the color of these bars, you can simply go to the Format tab, and under Data Colors, you can choose whichever color you want. In Power BI Desktop, you have an option to switch your theme. This will make your dashboard or the report look more attractive. So now we are under the default mode. Let's try out different themes. That's Frontier, it's Temperature, Solar, which is a little yellowish. The one which I like is Tidal. I hope this was helpful in making you understand the basics of Power BI and how it works. You learned the various features and the components of Power BI and looked at the architecture of Power BI. Finally, you saw a demo to create a report using Finance Dataset.
Now, what are the steps to connect to data? So now we will go directly into Power BI and try to import one by one few most commonly and popularly used data sets which are most commonly used in a day-to-day activity. Rest, of course, there are Power BI supports n number of data sources, but we will do something practical on the most popular ones. So let's open our Power BI. Now this is my Power BI, and first I want to show you that how can I import data directly from a web page and import the data. Now it is asking for a URL in order to import data. So what I have done is I have created a Google Excel sheet with simple data with rows and columns, and what I have done is I have shared this sheet as publish to web. Okay, so you just need to say publish to the web, the link as web page, and say done. It's automatically published, and say link. So copy the link which you have published on the web, copy this link, and then go back to your Tableau, paste that link over here and click OK. Now Power BI will try to establish a connection with this Google Doc sheet because it's published on the web. You need to wait for a while it is reading. Okay, now it has read one of the HTML tables, so I'll select this one. Now you can see it is showing me a preview of the table which is there on my Google sheet, right? It has 11 rows. So it has all showed all the 11 rows. So now I can go and transform this data because I can see my headers are there starting from the second row. So there is an opportunity for me to transform the data. So I'll go and transform it so that it looks clean. Okay. So first is I need to remove the first row, which is the null row. Remove the top rows. Okay, and then I need to use the first row now as a header. So you just click this option, use first row as headers. That's it. So now if you see my row ID, order date, ship date, all my data is now ready. So I can say close and apply. Click apply changes. Now this is an example of web data import. You can go and preview your data. Right now, the biggest advantage of this data connection is that it's a live data. So for example, I insert another row. Let me change the order ID. I've changed some basic stuff, and it's auto saved. Control S. Now I'll go to my Tableau and I'll refresh. Now you can see as I refreshed my Power Query Editor, I clicked refresh all and I got my new row which is there in the live data. I got that fetched from my I got that row, the row ID number 12. So I have to say close and apply. Now you can see the new row, the row number 12 is now available in my new data set, in the data set, because it's a live connection. It's a live connection with the web-based Google Sheet. Okay, so this is one important way in which you can import data. Now let's try to import data from a text file. Now I have already prepared a text file called subcategories.txt. Now let me just open it in a notepad. Now it's a very plain simple file, tab separated file in which you have product subcategory ID, subcategory name and product category key. So basically to which product category this particular subproduct belongs to, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my get data option and I'm going to select text/CSV option and I'm going to select option mod product subcategories.txt. Okay, so now Power BI has identified that it's a tab delimited file, it has recognized the headers, etc. right, and I can now directly load this file. Okay, so now once the data is imported in Power BI, it is like irrelevant to me. It's a composite data import I am doing, right? So in my presentation, when I am talking about importing data, there are different importing modes, right? Data import can happen through different ways. Okay, one is direct query mode, in which I create a live connection to the database, which I'll also show you using MySQL and MS SQL Server. And also you can do a composite mode in which you can have data imported from Excel, plus you can have direct query modes. So you can have multiple modes to connect and create a composite data model, and that's what we are doing right now in our practical. So what we are doing over here is, one, we have imported data from the web. Second, we have imported data from a text table. Now after doing text, now our next task is to import from CSV. Let's try another one. So now I have imported product subcategory. Now I'll import a CSV file. So again, I'll choose the option text/CSV. And now in this CSV file, let me open this CSV file and show you what is it. So this is a list of all my products, product key, product subcategory key, products, stock keeping unit, etc. A simple CSV file, and I'm going to import that. Okay, so now it is identified the delimiter is comma rather than a tab, and it has already recognized the headers correctly, so I'll load it. Okay, so now my products are there, product subcategories are there. For product categories now, what I have done is I have created a Excel mode now. So now Excel I'm using to import my product category. So now I have to click on the option of import data from Excel, and I'll say product categories. Select the sheet, load, and now so my products, product categories, product subcategories, though with different data storage types, but still now the data is imported into Power BI. It is a composite data model. Now another very important data type which you can import is the PDF also, right? So what I have done is I have created a PDF called customers. My customers data is lying in a PDF. So what I have done is I have created a PDF which has data for some columns are there, like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status, gender, email address, annual income, total children, etc., etc. So this is the data set which I have created in PDF. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select PDF now and import customers.pdf, and see it has recognized my table on page 1 which I'm going to load. Okay, you can rename this as PDF table. So this basically, these are the different type of data types we have imported: PDF, Excel, text, CSV, and web page. Now let's take a look at another interesting data set which we want to import is the MySQL Server data set. So what I have done is I've already installed MySQL Server on my local instance, and there's already a schema of SQLite tutorial over there, and I have certain tables already prepared over there like department, employee, etc. So my goal is now to import this data or create a live connection with this data set. Now in order to import my SQL database connection in Power BI, you need to first download a connector, MySQL Power BI connector. So you need to go to this link and then click on download and install the MySQL connector. Based on the operating system you have, you click on download and install it. After you have done this, go back to Power BI and then give the IP address of the database. In my case, it's there in this local machine, and the schema which I want to import is SQLite tutorial. So I'll give the name, click connect. Okay, now it's connected. So now it is asking me which particular tables you want to create a connection with. I'm choosing department and employee, and I'm just loading them. Okay, so now this is the exact data which is there in the employee and department in MySQL. Okay, so this is one example of how to create connectivity between Power BI and MySQL. Now I want to do the same thing using SQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server. So I have also installed Microsoft SQL Server on my machine, and I have used the SQL Express. So this is the name of my server, so which I'll copy the server name and go to get data, select SQL Server, and for now database is optional. I can say direct query, click OK. Okay, now it is showing me what all tables I can import. So in my SQL Server tutorial, in my SQL Server, I have these three tables: customers, employee attrition, Olympic events. So I can use probably the customers one, which is now you can see this is the data, the customers data, which is lying in my SQL Server. Okay, so I can preview it and load it. So now you can preview the data in Power BI. That this is the data. So I can rename as customers from MS SQL, and this is from MySQL, and okay. So now this is not the only data sets you can import. Now if you take a look at the options which Power BI gave of what different type and variations of data it can it has compatibility to import from. Okay, so we can just take a look at the categorization on the left hand side first. There are file based like Excel, text, XML, JSON is also possible. You can evenly directly import an entire folder, and within the folder whatever data types of files are there, it will detect it. PDF, Parquet, or even SharePoint folder, which is itself a Microsoft technology. Then different kind of databases, SQL Server and MySQL we just saw, but it's not only limited to this. You can connect to Microsoft Access, SSAS, Oracle database, IBM DB2, Postgres, Sybase, Teradata, and then SAP databases, Amazon, Redshift, Impala, Vertica, Snowflake, and n number of databases which are there in the market today, Amazon, etc. Then it also allows you to connect with its own Power Platforms, Power BI platforms, data marts, Power BI data flows, Dataverse, etc. Azure, there are different kind of storage mechanisms in Azure, and Azure itself is a Microsoft technology, so it has a compatibility with a lot of Azure based data storages like Azure SQL database, Blob storage, Azure Databricks, right, Azure HD Insight Spark. So if you have those kind of services running on your Azure cloud services, you can even import them over here. Now online services, like you have ERPs running or some data which is shared on the internet. If you want to import it, that is also possible through certain products. Dynamics 365, Microsoft Exchange Online, Salesforce, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, GitHub, LinkedIn Sales. If you want to do some analysis of some social networking, feeds, that also you can import. Then other miscellaneous are also there, web-based, Hive, R script, Python script, if there's something to import, get data from Google Sheets, like we saw one example in our video right now. So there are multiple options available. Now, once you have imported the data which is relevant to you, in our subsequent sessions, we will see how to create relationships, but just giving you a glimpse that whatever data you are importing, Power BI auto detects certain relationships and it will create for you, but then you can go and manually also change. So this is the composite data model which is getting created in the backend while you are importing the data. You can easily go and manage these relationships, either keep them as is, you can delete and create new ones manually. So there is no limitation in that. So this is what we have witnessed. We have imported data from different files types, data types, and then we have tried to, once it is imported into Power BI, then there is no limitation of how you use it. You can create visualizations across different data sets and then create your standard reports. So this is the example of importing data from web, importing data from a database, from a PDF, and then once you have data, you can shape and combine data. You can basically do whatever transformation you want to do. You want to make joins, merge the data. So for example, if we go back to our Power BI, and if I go back to my transform data section, now as I have now different data sets available with me, I can do any kind of operation transformation on the data, right? So like I showed you, I upgraded the header row because one of the imported data was not showing the header correctly, or this column, like this exact one column is extra, I can remove the column, right? All those transformations, whatever I do in the backend gets captured in the applied steps section, right? This is the customer data. You can create, you can merge it, you can append it, with other data sets, right? Let's, for example, I want to create a merge data set of my categories and subcategories. So I can say merge, select these two data sets and say merge queries as new, and I can select product categories and product subcategories, select product category key on both the sides, and then they do a left auto join. So whatever product categories are there, I'll get the subcategories associated with it, and I'll create a new table which will have, now I have the table which has the category and the subcategory and subcategory in one table itself. So I can rename it now to as category subcategory table. It's a merge. Basically, it's a join between category and subcategory, and now I have a common table, right? And I can close and apply. So imagine I have created a new table which is created from one data set which is Excel based, and another data set which is text based. See this category subcategory table. So now I can use it the way I want in my visualization reports. So that's what the presentation says, right? That once you have the imported data, you can shape, you can combine, you can adjust, you can do whatever transformation you want to do and create your visualization.
Also, if you're an aspiring data analyst looking for online training and certification from the best universities, or a professional who wishes to switch careers in data analytics by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simulatics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The link in the description box below should navigate you to the homepage where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
Now, what is Power BI? It is a business intelligence tool to visualize your data and share insights across your organization. So when we talk about BI, it came into existence as a self-service BI tool, and it does have different components which can be used. Now, before we get into details of Power BI, let's understand what are the different components or what are the different ways in which you can work on your Power BI. Now, one of the main challenges when it comes to organizations or users is that data is scattered in different places. It might be in different formats, and everyone would want to use that data to basically perform some calculations, create visualizations or dashboards which could be interactive, and that's where they would want to bring all the data in one place, might be transform it so that you can filter out and not load huge amount of data in your system, and you can work on selective data. So when it comes to Power BI, it helps us in ETL, it helps us in data modeling, it helps in data storage and reporting. So what are the benefits of Power BI? Here are some of the benefits. So extract intelligence rapidly and accurately. So that's basically transforming your enterprise data into rich visuals and accurate reports for enhanced decision making. Now, one thing we already know that when we talk about data in raw format might have a lot of hidden information. If we look at different data sets, which I'll show you in the process, it might have a lot of meaning, but then the real meaning comes out of the data if we can create visualizations, if we can create relationships between different data sets, and thus that can help us in enhanced decision making. Now, Power BI supports advanced data services. It integrates seamlessly with advanced cloud services like Cortana to provide results for the verbal data queries as well. When you talk about seamlessly integrating with existing applications, that's one more benefit of Power BI. So it adopts analytics and reporting capabilities easily to embed interactive visuals quickly in your applications. You can build rich personalized dashboards. So it basically provides a unified user experience with customized dashboard and reports that meet your exact needs. It also has a way where you can have secure way of publishing your reports. So you can set up automatic data refresh and rapidly publish reports, allowing multiple users to avail the latest information across your organization or across your working community. So Power BI can connect to different sources. We'll see that in a while. So basically you have an option which says get data, and that basically opens up a window where you can find different type of data sources such as Excel, your CSV or text, JSON, PDF, getting data from databases, or directly accessing data from databases. Now, before we get further into understanding how Power BI looks like, it would be a good idea to share information in how you can set that up on your machine. So when it comes to your Power BI, and let me open up a notepad here. So for example, I bring up a notepad. Let's say when you talk about your Power BI components, so you basically have Power BI desktop, and that's mainly your playground, or that's mainly used for any kind of development activities. You have your Power BI server, or you can say service. Now this one is where you would make reports online and share or make them available to different BUs. Now that's one more component of Power BI. And then you also have your Power BI mobile, which is mainly for viewing the information, or I would say viewing reports. So these are the three main components. We can also look at the licensing information of these. So these are the main. So Power BI Desktop is something which you can set up on your laptop or on your machine. Power BI Server is where you can log in with your user ID and password, and Power BI Mobile is mainly to view your reports. Now, how do you set this up before you can explore or start working on Power BI? So here is a link which you can basically use. So if you look into this, so this one basically says service, self-service sign up for Power BI. It says sign up of Power BI service as an individual. Normally when you would want to use Power BI, you can use a website called HTTP, and then you have basically app, and let's say I think it's called apppowerbi.com. Now this is the place where you can basically log in. Now if you see here, I have created an account, and if you look at my account, it says auatl.onmicrosoft.com. Now how do you get this kind of email? Because when you talk about Power BI, it will expect you to have a official ID, and it does not take IDs which are from common domains such as Google or Yahoo and so on. So this particular link gives you an idea how you can do that. So basically you have what is Power BI, basic explanation on that. It says signing up for Power BI service. So Power BI Desktop, it's a totally free download. And then you have mobile apps, also a totally free download. And here it says that what kind of email addresses it supports. And if we look into this, you have to either sign up, because that does not accept your private email IDs, or you can go for this one which says enroll US government organization, and this is where you can basically sign up for Power BI. So it basically says try free. If you go to the website, say powerbi.microsoft.com, or you could go into this one which I was saying, http://app.yourpowerbi.com, and this is what you can use. Or as mentioned, you can go to powerbi.microsoft.com. For example, if I open this in a different tab, it takes me to Power BI Microsoft. I can say start free. I can click on this. It says try free. But then when it asks you to sign in, this is where some of us face problem, because it does not take your private email ID. Now, how do you tackle that? What you can do here is on this page which says learn about alternate ways to sign up, you can basically open up this link, and in this link it says sign up for Power BI with a new Microsoft 365 trial account. And what you can do is you can basically click on this link which takes you to the Office 365, and what you can do here is you can search for something which says say 365 E3, and here you have try it for free. So in my case it is translating. Okay, so here you have an option which says try it for free. Click on this one and then basically go ahead with your sign up process. Now once you do that, you can basically create an account or give a email ID. So it asks you to give an email ID to check if you already have an account. And once you do that, it will guide you through the process where you can create an account like I have done. Now, once you have done that, so for example, we can go into this page which I said http://app.powerbi.com. Now, once you have created an account, you would be asked to log in. Now I can click and log in here, and then basically give in my password. And once I do that, it takes me to the Power BI server or service. Now on the top right, it might say that go for a trial version. I have already selected that, and this is a pro trial which is giving me validity for 60 days. So this is the service which I can use. Now what it means is I can be using my Power BI desktop, which would be also installed. So once you log into this page, you can basically click on apps. You can basically search for something like Power BI, and that will show up an app and you can install and download on your machine. Now, once that is there, you can basically bring it up. So for example, in my case, I can just say Power BI desktop, and that's the app which I have installed on my machine, and basically that comes up. So that's your Power BI desktop which is coming up, and it will still ask you to sign in so that you can share your information through Power BI. So you see here on the top, I'm already signed in, and here it also shows you some tutorials and videos which basically helps you in getting to know something more or what's new. So you can always browse that. So you would have your Power BI desktop which would be set up. You would also have your Power BI service which would be running, and then basically whatever you have developed on your Power BI desktop, you can share that through the Power BI service. Now, usually when you talk about licensing, I can give you brief insights here. So you basically have your Power BI service, as I said, licensing. So you have the Pro version, which is basically your $9.9 per user per month, and basically it has some kind of limitation. So it has, say, max 10 gigabyte. You can work on some features like incremental refresh is not allowed. You can always look onto the Microsoft website for more details, and in those kind of cases you usually go for the premium account if you are a extensive user. And premium account basically is conditional based, so it depends on your requirements, and then basically you pay for the service what you use. So that's mainly about your servicing. Now when you talk about your server and service, as I said, it is basically making your reports online and sharing and making them available to different BUs. So that is the highlight. So when you talk about sharing reports, that's one of the things. You have anomaly detection, that's also possible here. You can talk about automation of reports. You have security, that is, you can go for role based or role level based kind of security implementation. All those are some of the features of your Power BI server and service. So it is good to know and basically have your desktop and Power BI service set up. Now once you have that, then you basically have your Power BI. Now when you talk about your Power BI, it basically helps you with various things. So this is how easily you can have it set up, and then basically you can explore this. So for example, as I was saying, Power BI can connect to different data sources. Now I do have an option here which says get data. I can click on this and that shows me all the different data sources. I can even click on more if I am interested in looking what more Power BI desktop tool helps me to do. So it shows me all the different ways in which you can get the data. You see here the servers, so the database services, your folders, your different formats. You can click on file formats or databases. You can look at Power Platform. So if basically you are connecting to a platform and getting some services, you can connect to the cloud, that is Azure. You have online services, and then you have other options. So these are all the ways in which you can get your data. When you talk about visualizations, you see a lot of visualization options here which can be used once your data is loaded, and I will explore and explain more about this. So you have something called as insert, wherein you can go in for different visuals or different types. You can also get into, say, transform the data. Now that basically is going to pop up and bring a Power Query editor. Now that's where a lot of your ETL works happen. So when you do a transform data, it opens up Power Query editor, which we can use to transform the data or change the data or modify the data as per our requirement before loading all of it into our Power BI. So you also have option here which says modeling, wherein we can create new tables, or we can work on our data where we can manage relationships. So as of now, we don't have any data, so it does not show this one as activated, but that can be activated. This is where you can view your reports. So this is, in short, exploring your Power BI. We'll see what are the different options which we can use here. So it basically supports different kind of data. So when we look at the visualization pane, that basically allows us to create different kind of visualizations here, and we will understand that. So you can basically visualize on your different data and create different kind of charts, graphs, maps, and basically derive insights from your data. Now, when you talk about data models, that's where you can basically establish relationships. So when you talk about data models, it is basically used to connect multiple data sources to build a relationship. Now, we might have different data sets, or we might have data coming in from different tables where we may want to basically get insights or get data from multiple data sources for our purpose. Now, in that case, data models do help us. So for example, if you have two tables, let's look at the standard tables. So you have products lookup table, and you also have the sales table. Now, usually what you have in any kind of scenario is, if we basically say you have your data tables, so that's basically where your data resides, and then you have series of your lookup tables. So usually you might have, say, your data tables here, and this is what I'm talking about, which might have some data. For example, let's say sales is one of them. You might have some other data table which might be, for example, let's say budget table, or might be something else. And these are your data tables. Now at the other end, you might have your lookup tables. So basically you have various lookup tables, and these lookup tables, for example, let's say this one is customer, this one is territory, let's say this is product, and let's say this one is a calendar. So these are basically my lookup tables. So we can basically, as I said, your data might be coming in from different sources, let's say database, or let's say some kind of files, or let's say some kind of systems what you have. So your data might be coming in from different places. Now you might want to transform the data. So this is where I could say there is your query editor, which I was explaining. So you have your query editor, which basically allows you to edit the data table, or basically allows you to edit the data before it is loaded, right? You can hide a column, you can add a new column, you can modify your column. So your query editors would be basically used to work on the data which goes into your data tables. Now you might have a lot of lookup tables, as I said. So let's say these are my lookup tables, and these are my data tables. So what we need is, sometimes we need information based on our lookup tables and data tables. Now that's where data modeling comes into picture. So basically, if I would want to extract information from here, so I can notice that there is a product key here, and there is a product key here. Now this is where we are already talking about, say, foreign keys, or we are talking about your relationships. Right now, when you talk about relational databases, you have something called as foreign key constraints, which is in Power BI terms, I would say it's not exactly a constraint, but it is more of a filter propagation instead, which is used to basically connect your different data sources. And you could have basically cross filter directions. You can go for single or one to one or one to many or many to many kind of relationships, which basically allows you to work on the data. So we will learn more about data models when we are doing a quick demo there, where we can talk a little bit about normalization and denormalization, the way the data exists, right? And then you basically would want to gather insights from your data. So when you talk about your two data sources, as I said, so you have a products lookup table, you have a sales table. Now if you would want to calculate the total order quantity of each product name, which is, we are talking about the order quantity as a information here, and you have product name here. Now how do you get that information? What we see here is we would want something like this, or we would want more information. So how do we do that? So what we can do is the order quantity for each product is basically showing us the same value. Now this is because the product and sales tables are not connected and there is no relationship between them. Even if you would want to take two sources and just get information out of them, Power BI would complain that there is no relationship established between them. So what we do is we create a data model. So what we do is we build a relationship between both the tables using a common key column, which exists in both cases. As I said, there is a product key here, there is a product key here. So that basically allows us to have a relationship between these two. Now that could be one to one. This could also be related to other tables. So it could be one to many. You could have many to one. So all those relationships are possible. So product key is basically used to create a relationship. You see the arrow mark, and then there is also this star, which can basically mean one to many. Now when the product key is used to join these two tables or form a relationship, then we can look at the product names and the order quantities, which basically gives me a total. Now that's the basic use of your data models. Now what about this DAX? So basically data analysis expressions. Now that's a library of functions and operators that can be combined to build formulas and expressions in Power BI desktop. Usually when we work on our data sources, when we would want to connect them, it automatically shows us these data analysis expressions. However, this gives us extension. It basically gives us more power to work on our data. Now, sometimes instead of working on DAX or DAX expressions, it would be good to go for better data modeling and have the relationships established better. And sometimes when the relationships are established, you could use your DAX, which basically gives you more power on working on your data. So your values are calculated based on information from each row of a table. It appends values to each row in a table and stores them in the model. It increases the file size. So that's what happens. Now you can right click on any column to add a new column. And for example, in this one, it shows that there was a quantity type calculated column, which was based on the calculation what we see here on the top in the expression bar, which says what kind of calculation was performed, and that basically gives us the value for quantity type, and that is basically added here to our existing data. So that's the power of DAX and Power BI. So you also have something called as measures. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So basically here, if you see, we are working on AW underscore sales, and then we have selected quantities sold. And what we are looking at in the report is we can basically right click on any table name to add a new measure here. So we have added what we call as quantities sold as the measure. So values are calculated based on information from any filters in the report. We will see this, how this can be done. And that basically here, the measure does not increase the file size. It does not create new data in the table themselves in comparison to what we were seeing earlier, that is your calculated columns. So these are your type of DAX functions. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So you have date and time, which basically allows you to work on date and time data or fields. You have logical functions which allow us to create new filters or add more filters to our data. You have text functions which basically allows us to say transform the data into a lowercase or an uppercase, or basically get the length of a string, or concatenate two fields, or basically do a filtering based on some criteria, or replacing some content. You also have statistical functions which can be used. You have information functions which can be used. So these are different types of DAX functions which we can use in Power BI. So we will learn more on Power BI through a quick demo where we can use some data sets, and those data sets could be found on internet, although I can also upload that on a GitHub link and you will have access to those data sets. So let's learn about Power BI through a quick demo by uploading some data sets and playing with those data sets. Let's look at a sample data set and let's upload it. And as I explained, while uploading, let's also transform the data so that we can have selective fields or selected data loaded here instead of loading the complete data set. And then let's see how we can visualize this, or how we can use the information in this data set. Now what we can do here is we can click on Get Data, and then we can choose one of the data formats which we would be looking for. So for example, I can go for Excel and basically click on this. Now here are some of my data sets. So let's look into the folder here, and these data sets are also available on my GitHub link, which I'll share with you later. So here we have something called a Superstore. Let's click on this, and here I already have a data set which is Global Superstore, or I also have selective data. So let's select this one, click on Open. Now that's basically connecting to my data source, and that will show me what does that Excel sheet have. So it has different tabs, which is orders, people, and returns. So let's select orders, and that basically gives me a preview of the data which I have. And if you scroll all the way to right, it shows me city, state, and then country. And if you see here, we do see information of all the countries. Now this can be huge amount of data which we would want to look into. But say for example, my use case is that I'm interested in looking for the data for United States and as a country and all its states. So we will do that when we do a transform. Now we can also select the returns tab, and that shows me these three fields. However, the first row should have been the heading of this particular data set, and we will transform that. Now I can go ahead and click on load, but that will load all the data. So instead of that, let's go for transforming. So let's click on transform data. Now once you do that, it brings you your toolkit, that brings you your Power Query Editor, which allows you to transform your data. So for example, we have data from returns tab or returns data source, as you see here. So we see column 1, column 2, and column 3, and that also shows the type of the data here. It also gives me a quick small option here. Let's select this, and then I can say use first row as header. Now there are various other options which you can do. You can add a custom column, you can add column with examples, you can keep the top rows, you can remove the top rows, you can keep errors, keep duplicates. So there are different ways, and you can also do a merge query or append query. So as of now, let's just say use first row as headers. and that basically shows that now my first row has become the header. You also see in the applied steps, it basically tells me if I have changed the type of the data. If I have made any other changes, those steps will get added here. So it basically shows me the name as it returns. It shows me applied steps where I've changed the type, and now I basically have this information. Now this is something where you can change the type, or you can basically set it to a particular format. However, we are not doing anything of that sort right now, so we can do that for any of these columns. So this looks good. When it comes to orders, let's click on this, and as I said, I would be interested in selecting for country as United States only, and let me just work on that data. However, we can work on all the data. So let me scroll all the way to right, and here I have the country. Now there are these filters which we can use. So basically I can click on this, and that shows me all the countries are selected. Now there is also something called as text filters, which we will see how we can use to select particular data. I basically have other ways of filtering the data. So for example, now I will just uncheck the select all, and what I would be interested is in United States. So let's type it here. That shows me as an option here, select this, and then basically say OK. So that should basically now filter out, and it shows me the data is United States only, and then you have different states and rest of the data remains. So if you look at the applied steps, it tells me that there are filtered rows. Now we have done the basic transformation for this data set on these two data sources, that is orders and returns. So here you have an option which says close and apply. So close the query editor window and apply any pending changes. You can click on this and it says apply. So for example, I can just say apply for now, and that should basically apply the changes which I have performed using my query editor. That is, I have transformed the data so that I can have selective data uploaded in my Power BI. Now it's doing that. It shows me it is working on both of these data sources, that is orders and returns. So that's done. And now basically, if there are any other pending changes, we can just do a close and apply. So that basically has closed, and now you would see the data appearing here. So I have uploaded the data as per my preferences. Now if you click on the data tab here, so it basically shows you your data fields. It might take some time to populate, but if you see in the country field now, even if I click on the filter, it just shows me United States. Now that's what we wanted. So we have already uploaded this data in orders. You can always expand the option here, which shows me all the fields which are there in this. Might be this is an aggregation, might be that's an order date. So this is again some kind of aggregation. We can change the data types. So we are looking at all the fields in my orders table, or basically coming from the orders data source. I also have returns, which shows me 3 fields, and that shows me the data which is returned, order ID and region. So the column names are applied correctly as we want, and that basically looks fine. Now we can also look at your model. So when you click on model, it shows me these two. However, there is no, as of now, relationship established between them. So it says under properties, select one or more model objects to set their properties. So right now, these are not related. There is no relationship established between them. So if I would want some data which relates to orders and returns, then that would fail because it would say there is no relationship. Now I can go to the first option which says report, and we have not created any report here. Although we can create a simple report, we can look at the data. So we have our orders field. Now we can basically pull out some information from here. We can choose what kind of report we may want to create. So for example, let's go for the table option from visualizations. You have various options here which we can use. This is where you can do a formatting. This is where you can select the fields. This is where you can search and filter out the data. You can also add data fields here. So first let's click on table, and that basically gives me a table. Now this table as of now does not have anything, so you can use the filter and slices option here, which will affect the visualization. Or basically what you can do is, now since we have orders here, so this is my orders and I would like to work on this. So let's say for example country is, I can select country as a field, and if you say, it shows me country is all as of now, and it says the value is United States. What I can also do is, I'm interested in the states, so I have state. Now I can basically drag and drop it here, and then the state gets added here. So I can basically say select all, and that should basically take care of my state field being added here. So state is all, country is all. Now we can basically look at something else. So might be let's choose sales, and I can just drag and drop sales here. So that basically says if you would want to have any kind of advanced filtering, which says filter type, so go for advanced filtering is less than or equal, or you can also go for advanced filters. So that's fine as of now. So we have added some fields here, and that's basically my data here. So let's go for filters here, which basically should select all my fields. Now if you see, the visualization shows my country, sales and state, which we had either by selecting the fields and dropping them here, or you can in this section where it says fields. So you can, for example, let me show it again. So I can just delete this. I can click on the table option. I can just drag it here. I can basically make it bigger, and I need to add data to this one. So it says add data fields here. So now let's say country is what we are interested in. We are also interested in states. So let's drop that here, and let's say sales. So this is also what I'm interested. So I'm looking at one specific country. I'm looking at sales per state. And when we look at sales, it basically tells me that this is a summation. So you will basically get the total sales which have happened. Now we are looking at this data here. We can always go to formatting. We can click on grid. We can basically increase the font here. We can change the grid color. So for example, let's make it, for example, blue. So I can just select this, and it should basically allow me to have the grid color as blue. Now I can go in for the grid thickness. I can go for row padding, outline color. So we can basically make it a little bit more readable. And then we can basically increase the font size here to look at the information. And you have other options here. So what would you want to do with column headers? So I can basically have the font color, background color is fine. Do you want to have an outline? Do you want to have a change in font? What is the text size? Might be we can make the heading a little bigger. And then basically you also have the field formatting. So all those could be done. You could go for background, and all these things can be done in formatting. So now we already have our data here, and this basically looks good. And this is basically one of my visuals which I have here. And this has given me some information for sales, and basically I can scroll this. I can also make it bigger. So I could select a particular field if I'm more interested in looking at the information for a particular state. Now I can add more fields to this. So this is my one of the reports which I have created. Now what I can do with this report is I can basically have more data fields. I can add filters to this. I can basically look into all the data here by just clicking somewhere in the grid, but somewhere outside. If you select a particular row, then that data shows up. Here you have an option of focus mode, which you can go for. You can look at the other options which says export data. Now, if this is the data which you are interested in, you can export it. You can always do show as a table if you are interested in. You can do a sort by country, sales, or state. So for example, let's do a sorting by state. And that basically gives me the data which has been sorted by state information. Now we could obviously have the information here, so I can then change the order so it shows me alphabetically. This is the information which I have. So I've created a simple visualization using the data which I have. And what I can do is I can click on save. So that basically asks me to save this as a Power BI file which has an extension of PBIX, and I can basically call it my report. So let's say first report, and here I can say country, or I can say state wise sales in USA. Let's say USA, and that basically is my first report. Now, once you have saved this report, you can always look on your machine. For example, if I go in here and if I go into this folder, might be I should look on desktop, and this is where I should have saved it. So it shows me first report state-wise. That will open up in Power BI, and we have created a simple report which we have basically used by taking our data. Now I can also do is I can publish this if I would want to share this information. So publish this report online in Power BI service. You can basically select your report, what we have here, and I clicked on publish. So it says what's the destination. So you can have different workspaces. I will choose the default, that's my workspace. I can click on select. Now it says publishing first report statewide sales in USA to Power BI. You can create a portrait view of your report and you can do all that stuff. So let it publish, and then we can basically look into our Power BI server. That's our service where the information is already shared or published, I would say, which can then be shared with different sources. So we can come here and basically I can look into the Power BI, and this is where I will be able to look into my workspaces, and let's look in my workspace. So it says this is the place where I had initially downloaded Power BI dataset. It says your dataset is ready. Let Power BI help you explore your data, right? So you can always do this. You can click on view dataset, which basically allows you to bring out your workspace and first report state wise sales. Now that's the report which we have published. So let's first check in our desktop if that's done. So it says success, open first report in Power BI. Now I can click on this one straight away, and that takes me to my service. Now once it takes me to the service, it shows me the report which we created, which we published, and it basically has the option where I can save it as a different copy or give a different name. I can embed this in a website or a portal. I can publish to web, embed this report for public access by anyone on the internet. We can do that. We can export it to PowerPoint. So we can do all these options. You also have an option of view where you can change the view. You can basically also edit report here. So you can do that. If you are interested in something specific, you can do a sharing to teams. So if you have your teams or groups set up, you can share it with them. You have an option of common panes. You can basically view usage metrics report. Now that can be sometimes helpful. You can basically go ahead and go and subscribe a particular report. So if there are new changes made, you will be the one who will be informed. You can click on share. Now if I click on share here from my service, it says only users with Power BI Pro will have access to this report. Recipients will have the same access as you unless row level security on the data set further restricts them. So I can grant access, and this is where I will have to give the email IDs of the people with a message that I would want to have them look at this report, right? You can also allow recipients to build new content using the underlying data sets, and you can send an email notification to the users. As of now, I don't have any other groups, so I'll not be sharing it, but I have created a simple report. Now let's also look at edit report. Let's just to see what it helps us. And when you click on edit report, it basically brings up this one which says your file, view. It gives you the filters. It basically allows you to add data fields to this. So it is basically giving access to these data sets which were in my desktop. It is basically allowing you to give or create different visualizations. Now here we have the data which we are looking at, and if say for example somebody is interested in filtering the data, so you could do that. So you could click on filter here, and that basically applies. This is the filter we have. Now country is fine, sales might be, I can click on sales and I would say okay, let's look at sales which is more than a particular amount. So we can say is greater than, and might be I can give a number here, so I can say 30,000, and basically I can say apply filter. So right now I'm applying filter, and I would look at the values, which also shows me the total value is changed. So you have not only created a report, you have published it, and now from the service you can edit it. So I'm looking at particular data here, and then basically I can click on file and I can save it, or I can say save a copy of the report, and let's say I will call it the same name. So I'll say first report underscore state wise sales, and I will say modified. So let's do a save, and the report has been saved. So now you're looking at the data here. So that is basically giving you information. So when I click on my workspace here, I can click on reports, and that does show me my previous report. It shows me the modified report. It gives me an option of looking at the usage metrics report. So say for example you want to click on this one, and it will basically give you the usage metrics. So let's click on this one, and that basically shows me the report usage metrics which is generated. So views per day, unique viewers per day. You would want to look at the different platforms, who was using it, views by user, and this can be sometimes useful if we would want to look into this one. Now I can go back to my workspace, I can click on reports, and that basically took me to usage metrics. I could be sharing it, I can analyze in Excel, I can look for quick insights based on this data what we have. You can basically look at the related information. You can also look at the settings of this one. And basically this is how you have your data report here. Now that also shows me the data sets option. So which basically gives me the data sets which can be used to create further reports. And we have our data here. So for example, if I click on create report, it basically gives me these data sets, and we can continue working on this. So this is how I have a simple report created without basically working on two different data sources, but I have selected some data here, and then I can basically add details to this. So for example, now if we look at orders and say, for example, this is the data I have, and say you would want to add some fields. So let's go to returns and say, for example, I would be interested in looking at the products. So might be what I should do is I should replace the report here. Instead of country, it would be interesting to look at the product which we have, or basically customer ID. So we can look at customer ID, we can look at the order ID, which would be interesting to see if there is a particular order, what was the sales which was generated, and if there were any returns which were happening on that. So for example, here when I have these, let me cut out country as a field, and I will basically take order ID and place it here. So now if you see, my data has been easily modified. So I have my order ID, I have sales, and I have state-wise information. So you have basically all the information, but this is now order ID, state, and so on. Now what if I would want to also see based on the order ID, if I say I would want the returned field. So for example, I would want to take this one and let's drag and drop it here. Now that says cannot display the visual. Now why is that? So if you click on see details, that says cannot determine relationships between the fields. So it cannot display the data because Power BI cannot determine the relationship between two or more fields. And how do we fix that? So for example, if I click on fix this, now it says there is a missing relationship between these fields. Use auto detect to search for relationships or create them manually. Now I can click on auto detect, which will try to search for fields which exist in both the data sets, or basically I can create relationships. So let's click on create relationships, and that basically takes me to this page which says there are no relationships defined from table to table and so on. So I can click on new. Now here it says select the tables and the columns that are related. Now I can say orders. Now those are my fields where you have order IDs, and it automatically shows that returns also has an order ID field, although all the values might not be same, but this is how you can create a relationship. And it says the cardinality says many to one, so you can have basically many to one relationship. You are saying cross filter direction is single, so make this relationship active, and it has already helped us basically identifying the field. So I can say okay. So it says now these two tables should be related or should be connected based on order ID. So here we have this, and let's basically say close. Now once that is done, if you see, I have order ID, I have returned, I have sales column, and I have state. And if you see in returned, I do have a value of yes, which shows this particular order ID had generated some sales, and it was for state Alabama, and it was returned, and the value is yes. So if you scroll down, you basically see all the values. Now we can add different filters where we can say I would want only yes and no. Now this is again an interesting report. So let's go in also into the formatting, and what we can do is we can look at, say, the grid option. If we would want to basically say vertical grid, and let's say on, and it says vertical grid color. So let's select this. Might be I can try doing a black here. It puts it in the right nice table format, and that basically looks good. So you have sales, returned, and so on. And this is basically the order which I'm seeing here. So for example, if I would want to change the order, and if I'm saying okay, I would like to look at sales and returned and so on, So we can be doing that. We can come here and say, for example, I have sales and returned. Let's try moving the sales column over here. Might be state is an information which we would want in the beginning. So let me also move the states all the way here. So it gives me state, it gives me the order ID, sales, and if there was a return which was happening on that particular product. So easily I've modified my report. Now what I can do is I can just save it, and I can do the same thing. So I can publish it, I can basically continue using it, or I can work on a new report. So let's continue learning, and now here we will also see how you can load some data and perform some transformations and basically get multiple results or multiple tables or multiple data sets which can be then further used for reporting. So Power BI does give you a lot of options. Now here you have an option, as we saw earlier, that is get data, or what you can do is you have an option where you can create new data also, which says enter data. Now this is something which can be easily used if you have relatively less number of fields. So you can basically add more columns here, and you can basically add values. So for example, if I would just call it something like scientist ID, okay, and then I can say scientist name, and then basically I can say domain, and then I can say, for example, let's say year of joining, and I can keep adding the number of columns here. I can delete the columns, right? And I can give this, and I can say country. So that's it. And now we have created these 5 countries, sorry, 5 columns, which we have given some names, and we can start entering some values. So I can basically say, let this scientist ID be 2234. I can give some name. So let's give Peter, let's say domain, and I can say biotechnology. I can give year of joining 2011, and I can say Germany as the country. And I really don't want this particular column, so I can go ahead and delete this. Now I can come here, and then I can give something else. So I can say this is scientist ID. I can give John. Let's say the scientist is mainly working in physics, and then I can say 2018, and let's say France, and go back here, and let's say 4567, and let's say Marie, and let's say she does her research in molecules, and let's call it 2001, and let's say Italy. Okay, and you can continue adding data in this way. Now you can say if the data is already here, so I can say, for example, no, I do not want this particular row. I do not want this particular row. So you can basically keep adding values here. Now you can say edit. So here we have to give some names. So let's say scientists. Okay, and then if you choose edit, it basically brings up your Power BI editor, which allows you to work on these fields if you would want to make some changes. Now we can make some changes here. We can see what are the number of rows. We can basically perform any kind of transactions here. So this one basically tells me what is the data type. So here we see scientist ID, and this clearly tells me this is an integer. However, we will not want to do any kind of computations here. So we can as well change this. So I can just do a right click, and I can work on this particular column. What I can also do is I can just click on this, and this tells me that you would want to change it to date time, or you want to change it to some number. So I can just say string, because we are not going to perform any computation here. So on the ID column, so let's say text, and I'm changing it. So it says replace current, add a new step. So selected column has an existing type conversion. Would you like to replace the existing conversion or preserve the existing? So I will say replace current. And now the data type has been changed. It is of a string. And if you see, this step has got added here. So it says that the change type is the kind of transformation we did here. So that's fine. Now what we can also do is we have the scientist name, but we don't like the column name here. So it would be good to change this. So there is something called as remove or remove columns and so on. So when you do a right click, it gives you a lot of options in applying filters or doing some transformation. If I just click on this one, so what I can do is I can look at the date time, and let's go here. So we have an option which says, do you want to change the type? Now we could have done that here, or like I said, you could choose the time and do it. You can just say transform, and how do you want to change it? So do you want to change it to uppercase? Well, you can do that and changes all the values of this one. What I can do is I can again do a right click, and I can choose basically if you would want to clean up the data, or if you would want to convert to lowercase, you want to capitalize each word. So let's choose that. And if you see here, the steps are getting added. Now to undo any particular step, if I just cancel this, then I'm back to this. If I cancel this, I'm back to my original form. So you can anytime undo your changes, and you can basically work on this. So we are working on this particular column. Now there are various other options that you can look at. So for example, this is some of my data, but it does not have much information. It would be good to load some bigger data set and then use these transformations, or basically working on changing the data types, as I mentioned. Or if you would want to do a filtering and remove certain fields and only select particular fields, if that's what you're interested, doing a right click where I want to create a copy of this, and then basically I can use that particular copy. Now what I can also do is I can add column from examples, I can duplicate column, and then I can make some changes to that. So this is my duplicate column, and say for example you would want this one to be changed. So we can say remove duplicates. We can basically, if you are doing some kind of change, you want to change the format here, you can do that. You can use for other things like filling up and all that. Now I can just call it rename, and let's say alias scientist name, right? And I can continue adding columns, or I can do some transformations. And once you have done with these transactions, now this one, if you see, it shows as integer, but is it an integer? No, this is an date format. So I can go for modeling and change the formats. What I can also do is I can select this, and it says it's not a decimal, it's not a fixed decimal, it is date time, it is date, it is date time and time zone, right? And you can select any one of these. So for example, let's make it date, which makes it more meaningful. But then what happens is when you do this, it is going for the default dates or the older dates. So I don't like that. So what we will have to do is we will have to basically transform this, and here we have transform, you have change type. So you have date and time, you have date, you have time. So let's choose date and time, and if you see here, it gives me some default timing based on these values, which we do not like. So again, filter it out. But what we can do is we can just make sure that this is changed, or you want to make it a string. because we are not going to do any computation here. So I can keep it as date, but then if I have more fields like month and days and so on, then you can do that. So here it also has the option. So when you have selected this, you have an option called transform, and transform also has various options which allow you to work on these. Do you want to do some scientific calculations? Do you want to work on the date field? So as of now it is just integer, so we can use one of these. We can do a group by, but obviously we don't have much data here. So as of now, let us retain this. I can just change this to text, and that's okay, because we are going to look at this later. We can add more data and work on it. So as of now, once we have done all these changes, you can go back to, say, home, and here you have close and apply, and I can basically say close and apply. So the changes will be applied, and then my new table, which we just created by entering some random data, performing some basic transformations, will be available. So if you look into this one, so that's where my data is. It shows me the columns, but there is no aggregated column as such here. You don't see any summation mark. You just see the field names or the column names. You see the values. Now obviously if you go into modeling, there is no existence of a different table which you can join these tables, or you can perform some transactions. Come back to the data set. So this looks good, and we have it here. Now obviously we have not created any visualization based on this, which we can, and we can continue working on it. So here, this is my data set, which is a small table where we have created some data, and we can use it anytime. Now let's work on a bigger data set and see what kind of transformations we can do. We can then also see on modeling, or basically using some smarter ways of working with the data. So what we would want to do is we would want to load some data here. So let's go into home. Let's go to get data. Let's use our old store data, and I'm going to take the global superstore, which is huge data set with all the countries and the products and the sales which have happened. And we can take this data, but before loading it, as I suggested earlier, we should basically transform the data. So that you don't end up loading everything and you don't work on all the data. I mean, unless you really want to. So here this Excel sheet which I'm talking about has two different tabs. We have used it before. So let's use orders, let's use returns, and that basically shows me the data what we have. So I can do a load, but that's not what we would want to do. So you can do a load and you can get all the data, but let's go to transform, make some basic transformations before we load the data. So our Power BI editor allows us to work on this. Now here we have, it says this preview may be up to 9 days old. So I can do a refresh. I can select this and I say first thing is use first row as header, because that's what I want. So it is basically setting the first row as header, which looks good. And we have some order IDs. We have the returned if the product was returned. So let's look at the filter here. So it just has yes values which we are looking at. So it says list may be incomplete. Let's say load more, and let's see what are the filters here. So either there might be a product which is returned, or it might be blank field, so that is chosen, so that's fine. We have order ID, we have region, which is basically showing me different regions here. Let's look at orders, and orders is again having your row ID, order date, ship mode. So you have quite large amount of data here for your different countries. Now in earlier example I chose United States, and then I was only focusing on the states and city in United States. So we can do that. Now I can basically work on refresh. So whatever preview was stored in the memory, we are just refreshing it. Now here we have this row ID, and if you see, the row ID is an integer. Obviously we will not be performing any kind of computation here. So here you don't have any row ID, but here we have row ID. So let's make it from integer, let's make it string, and I'll say replace current. So that looks fine. It's a row ID which we will use to search, but we are not going to perform any computations unless you want to find on an average on row ID or anything else. Now you have order IDs. So what we can do is we can filter some values. We can rename the field as we desired, right? So for example, let's go in here, and what we can do is let's go into customer ID ship. Okay, and here you have, say, state, you have region. Okay, now at any point of time, if I would want to filter out the values, the easier option is that you can select on this one, and here you can do some text filtering. Okay, or you can basically select the values from here. So for example, if I say let's get rid of select all, what we will be interested in, say United States and UK, that's the data we want, and then I can basically say okay. So it is basically going to filter out the data which is for United States and UK as of now. Now what we can also do is, how about doing some more filtering before we basically work on this. So let's go in here, and we are looking at United States and UK related data, and let's look at, it is sometimes good that you can basically work on the data here. So for example, I go into orders. Now what I would want to do is I would want to look at the fields. Okay, and we have not yet loaded the data. So if you look in the background, I just have my scientists, because we have not applied these changes, we have not loaded, we are still in the transformation stage. Right now what we can do is let's go for, so we can do segment, and all these kind of fields can be used for grouping the data. So we will see that whenever you have a data set, you would already know there are certain fields which have repeated values which can be used to group the data. And we can do that. We can change any kind of values which are not going to be computed on. So for example, I have postal code. I can use this, but again, we are not going to find a postal code which is greater than something, right? So integer is not the valid type. Let's change it to text. Okay, and if for example I would want to look at this, so I have done some changes here. Okay, and this shows me null. So for example, let me just revert this back, and let's make it a whole number. Okay, so there are certain columns or rows which do not have some values, and we can basically get rid of those values. So as of now, we can do a filtering here. So let's keep the postal code as integer, or let's change it to text, do a replace content. And now what we will do is we'll scroll all the way right. Might be I'm interested in technology category, so that's what I'm interested in. So what I can do is here I can do some filtering. So I can basically choose technology. Now the easier way would be, since these are categories and there are only 3 categories, we really don't want to go and apply text filters here. But if you had something like an office supply and office inventory, then you could have done some text filter. So let's not do some text filtering here. What we can do is, I would be interested in technology, so that's the field I'm interested in. So now you are only having data which is related to technology. Okay, and you have some product names. So this is where we want to do some kind of filtering. So we can rename the field, we can select some fields. So let's, for example, let's go for any of the field which I think might have more entries here. So for example, let's go for Canon wireless or Canon image, right? So let's go for product names, and I will say let's go here. Now I could have done a transformation, but that's not what we want. We want to do some filtering. So let's go to text filter, and here I can say begins with, I can say ends with, I can say contains. So let's go for contains, and it says enter a value here. So you would want to keep the rows where the product name contains something, and it gives you some suggestion, right? So where you are seeing in some values here. So for example, if I would have selected this, then it applies the complete thing, but that's not what I want. So I will get rid of all this, and I will say it contains Canon. Now I can go for advanced filtering also, okay, wherein you can select advanced, and then you can give different columns and what do they contain, what kind of values you're looking for. So you can do that, but we will not go for advanced in one step. Let's go for basic, and let's say okay. And now I should get all the products which are Canon, and you have different products. So this is one kind of filtering I've done. It tells me what is the category of this. It is machines, it is copiers, it is obviously belonging to the technology category. We are looking at the market which is for this particular data. When you look at the country, we are still focusing on United States and United Kingdom, that kind of data, right? So we have filtered the data, we have done some selection based on the data here, and what I can do is I can then basically rename a particular field. So I can do that. I can say I'm interested in sales, which is the data here. We can basically look into the quantity. So sales is something which we are interested in, but might be we are interested in sales which are more than a particular value. I'm not interested in lower amount of sales. I would want to look into United States and UK data, but I'm interested in sales, or I'm looking at if the discount percentage was something, or if the profit was more, right? So we can apply different kind of values here, but what we can do is with these changes, because you don't want to transform and make changes all here, you want to make the changes once the data set is uploaded. So we have selected some data, we have done some transformations. We can basically break a particular column into multiple columns if that's what we want. If we see that, we will do an aggregation based on year, or we will do a aggregation based on the country or year and order ID, right? So we can break this data into multiple columns. So we can do that, but for now let's do a close and apply, and let's apply this. So that's going to apply all these changes. It's going to load my data. But remember, now we are having selective or selected data which gets loaded. So that should be available here. So it takes time sometimes. So you have to wait, and then you can go ahead and check here. So for example, now I'm looking in tables. Let's basically minimize this. Let's go for orders, and this is the data I have, which obviously row ID, if you see. So you have all the row IDs, and again you can do filtering here, but this is where you have already loaded the data. The data is available, and then you can start working on the columns here. So we have this. If you closely see, we see this summation mark, and this basically means that these are my aggregated columns, or these values are measures which can be used for calculations. So we can see that we can create our own aggregations. So we can do that. We can rename the field as we have seen. We can filter out the data, so we have all the fields showing up from orders. And let's also look at the returns, which basically has the columns, the order ID, and your region. So it basically shows the region here, where was the product returned from, and we have this information. So what we are doing is, when we were doing a text filter in the previous example, remember it was case sensitive, okay? And you have to take care of, when you're doing a text filter, you have to give a field which exactly matches as it exists in the content. Now, okay, this is the data we have, and let's look at the order column, right? Now what we can do is we can do some quick transformations here, and we can basically look for more data here. So let's say we have some filtering to be done. Now I can do a filtering based on my products. So we had all these products, but now let's do a filtering on product. And then products, you have copiers, you have machines, so you have mainly two categories, right? And when you look at machines, it basically talks about your PC something. So let's look for machines, and here we have basically the copier fields, which are more. So I can basically go for filtering here, and that's the data we have. So we don't want to really unselect any of these here, but what I'm doing is I'm saying text filter, and let's go into this one now, and let's say contains. Okay, so I'm saying contains, and then I can basically say let's say copier. Now that's what I'm interested in. And show rows where product name contains copier. Okay, now you can give a AND condition here. So if you would want a specific copier, if you are interested in, okay, let's also say contains, and let's go for laser also, laser, and let's say okay. So you see the data gets filtered out here, and we have the sales which we are seeing here. So let's go to sales, and we will be interested in anything above 500. So let's go to sales, let's go for number filters, let's say greater than, and I will say, for example, 500, 500. Okay, and let's say okay. So that basically filters out the data. And then I am also interested in quantity, where I would want the quantity to be more than 1 or more than 2. So for example, so let's go in here, and you can basically choose what is the filter you want. So you can apply any number of filters. Now you have the filtering here. You can always click on the filter, and if you want, you can just do a clear filter, and the filtering will be gone. So you have all the data, right? And this is the particular data we have. And here I have, say for example, product name. Now I can keep the filter because I'm interested only in these values, or I can filter out. So this tells me that when we did a AND, it is basically going for laser and copier, right? So let's say, for example, clear all filters, the thing is gone. What we can do is, let's go here, go for text filters, say contains, and here I will say it can be a copier, okay, or, so last time we did a AND, and I'll do a contains laser. So let's choose this. That gives me more entries. So either the product name has copier, or it has laser, it has the quantity, it has the product name, and we have all this detail here. Now what we can also do is we can do some transformation on the product ID. So for example, you have product ID or order ID. So order ID shows up as looks like the country name, the year, and then the order ID. So we can basically split it up. So I can select this, and here I have option of, let's go to home. So when you have selected this column, so you have an option of transform data here. So use the Power Query editor to connect, prepare, and transform the data. So if you really want to transform the data here, if I basically select this, if I just do a right click here, now here it just tells me, do you want a new column? Do you want to create a copy of this column? Okay, you want to create copy table. So this is your transformed data what you have, and for example, let's create a copy table, and let's come in here. So you should be able to see your copy table now. So let's go in and select this one. And what you need to do here is creating a copy of this or copy table would not be the right option. What we can do is we can work on transforming this rather than doing it from here. So you have this option of adding a new column, going for a new measure, renaming it, right? So that's okay. But what we can do is select this particular column. Let's do a home. And first thing is, let's go to transform. So I want to transform the data. Now let's select this one, and it brings up your Power Editor again. Here we were interested in orders. So we are looking at our data here. Now if you see, my country is United States and UK, so you can confirm that. If you look at category, it is technology. Product name has copier and laser as we selected. So those things are retained. So you have not lost any changes as of now. So this order ID column what we have. Now, as I said, you can be doing a filtering. Okay, you can select this particular column, and then you have other things which can be used to transform here, like you want to change the data type, you want to use first row as header, you want to replace some values, okay, you want to run some merge queries, you want to do some analytics. So all these options are here. Now what we can do is, while this column is selected, I can do a right click. Now there is an option called transform, which is basically going to help me in changing the data here. Okay, now I can basically duplicate the column. So I really don't want to work on this column itself, but it would be good to have a duplicate column on which we can work on. So I can do a split column here if I would want to, but let's create a duplicate column. So let's say duplicate column. Now that gives me a duplicate column, so we can rename it later. So now I will not work on my original column, but I'll work on a duplicate column. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically transform or split this. So again, do a right click. Now you have a split by. So we can say split by delimiter, or by number, or by characters, or by position. So by lowercase and uppercase. So you can do all of this. So let's go for by delimiter. Now, if you see, it basically identifies the delimiter, which is hyphen or dash. Now you can go for split at leftmost, identifier leftmost delimiter, rightmost, each occurrence of delimiter, and that's what we want to do. You can look into advanced options where it says split into columns. So do you want to split that into columns? Do you want to split that into rows? Because that's more or less like doing a group by. And you can say number of columns to split into. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4 values. So that looks good to me. And let's do, say for example, if I choose 3. So I can choose 3 and then split using special characters. So you could do that. So let's, for example, let's say okay, and let's look at the data, how it looks like. We can anytime delete the data, we can keep it the way we want, right? So what we did was we created a copy of the column, then we did a split, and what we have seen is we just have 3 columns. Now, if you see, the fourth bit is gone. Fourth bit doesn't show up, right? Because I just did a 3 as the resulting column. So I have the order ID. Okay, and we can check if there is already an order ID column. So we have order ID, but that has the complete order ID, year, and the relatively product ID. So you can see the customer ID. You can look at this one. So it basically has your order ID, and then let's look at the fields here. So we have the product ID, which says TECMA. I'm looking at the first one, 3700, and that has in no relation to the order ID, right? So we can make sure that there is nothing which is conflicting with our entries. Now, once that is done, so we have order ID, which can be used to categorize the data. You have order ID, which is basically the year. Okay, and you have order ID, which is basically having some more value. Now I can keep this data as I want, so I can basically click on this. I can go for renaming, and I can say, let's call it order ID, and let's say IDs. So let us, in case there is a particular column and you would want to look at, so just give the name correctly. Now order IDs is fine. So here we will also rename this one. So let's call it order year, and that's going to be order year. So we can again change this to string. Okay, and here you have the order ID. So let's rename this one, and I have my, let's call order number, right? So we are seeing all the steps which we have added here. We just split the data based on the delimiter, and we have now 3 new columns which have got added to our existing data, which was already filtered. And we have done some splitting up of data by creating a duplicate and then renaming it, right? So if you go and look at your transformations, now if I would have done a split here straight away, then my original column would be gone. But probably we want the original column, because sometimes you may want to search order ID with a consolidated information. Sometimes you may want to segregate it based on year, right? Now we have the year field or order date field here. You have the ship date, right? But then might be you want to just aggregate based on year. You don't want to really spend time in aggregating or extracting the month and day and so on. So these 3 columns can be useful. Now what I can also do is I can merge the columns if I want. So we have split the columns, but what I can do is I can say select, select, select. So using your control, and now do a right click. So you should have an option called merge columns, right? Now this is something which is we would want to merge. So let's say merge columns, and let's say, do you want to keep a separator? So yes, I want to keep a separator, but might be this time I will give my separator is a colon, and then what is the merge column name you want to create. So let's call it something like order, okay, year, and then let's call it num, right? So sometimes renaming the fields to a name which makes more sense or based on your naming convention is good. So let's do a merge, and now what I have done is I have done merging of those columns. So I split the data, I merged the columns, and now if you see the columns which I had created, those columns are gone because you did a merge. You did a merge, and now you have the fields which are either earlier you had something which is separated by a hyphen, and here you have something which is separated by colon, right? Now anytime if you want, you can unmerge this by removing this step, right? And you can get rid of this merge column. So if for example I would do that, so I have my data back, right? I have my data back. So what we could have done is we can select this, okay, and then what we can do is like what we did earlier. So you can basically go for removing the columns, okay. You can do a merge column, okay. You can select one by one and create duplicate of those, and then you can merge them, right? So all the possible options are there. So you can, the best option would be to create a duplicate of these columns and then basically merge them as per your convenience. So might be you can say order IDs and order number is the pairing what you want. Year is something which you don't want, right? Because we already have the date field. So I can basically say remove, and this one is gone. Now I will select this and this, and let's go for merge columns, and I want to give a separator which is might be without the year, and you have space, or you can go for custom like earlier we had, give a symbol, and then what do you want to call it? So let's say order specs, okay, right? So this makes more meaning because we already have the date field. So why do I want the year into my order ID? So I can always be doing a segregation now based on order specs, right? Now this is some simple transformations what we are doing here. We are seeing the data which we have, okay. Now what I can do is I can basically first apply these changes so that all my changes what I have done are applied, right? Now once these changes are done, we can basically go ahead and save this file. So I can just say save, I can go for save as. I have different other options. So if you would want to keep performing your transformation, then you can just do this. You can add a column, you can view the data. So for now our transformations are good enough, and what we can do is we can basically go back to home, we can do a close and apply, and we will be back to our data set which has been modified. So we can see if the data what we have has been transformed. So we have order specs here, that's good. We did not do any filtering, or we have the filter left here, which basically tells me that there are these different fields. We have not removed them, but what we are doing is we are just applying a filter to choose copiers and laser printers. So that's what we have here, and this is good enough. Now what I can do is once this is done, I can basically save it. So I would want to call it some kind of report if you would want to create, okay. So let's call it as let's say second report, and here I will say country and technology specific info. Let's save it, and now basically I have saved my data. So what you can do is you can go for creating other report, or basically having this information published if that's what you want to do, if you want to go for visualization, because right now what we are seeing is we have a lot of data here. we have a lot of data here. It shows me there are these tables or data sets which we have worked on that shows me here in the models, but there is no relationship in them. If you go into visualization, then you don't have any option, or you have not created any visualizations based on this data. But if you go here, now based on the data what we transformed, if you see, we have order specs, right? Now that's what we chose. We basically have other fields. So you have ship date, you have aggregated columns which can be used for visualizing, and we can work on this. So I can come back here, and what I would be interested in is this data set is fine, but I want to do some grouping. I want to basically have some selective data in this, and for that what I can do is let's go for ship mode. Now this is something what we have. So we are in this data field. Now we have this transform. So let's go back to transform again, and let's choose our orders. So that's the data we have. And now if you see here, this is, huge amount of data. What we want is we want to group them based on the shipping mode. So here you have an option called group by. So I can select this. I can go in here. I can basically work on, okay, get rid of duplicate values, but that's not what we want to do. You want to do a group by. So as I said, you can do a group by from here, or you can choose from the transform option above and you can do a group by. So let's do a group by. Now, how do you want to group the data? So I'm saying I want to group the data here based on shipping mode, or which is the other column you want to use to do a group by. So let's go for shipping mode. And what is the new column name, right? So we want to basically find out that you want to go for ship mode, but that's not enough. I mean, I can do a ship mode and I can do a grouping by, but you want to just count the rows. No, that's not what we want to do. So let's go to advanced. So ship mode is fine. So that's your grouping, right? But then what we also want to do is we want to do a grouping based on, say, sales. So here, for example, let's go for sales. Okay. And what should we call this? So might be we can say shipment wise sales, whatever you would want to call. So you can basically get the operation. Do you want to really count the rows? No, we want to basically do a summing, or we want to might be find out an average price, right? So let's do a sum. Okay, and here I would want to do a summing based on, say, for example, sales. So this is what I'm going to use for getting a count of the sales. Now grouping by might be we will change this. Instead of sales, we are using a ship mode. What we can also do is let's go for a segment, and that would be valid grouping. So it will take a combination of ship mode, segmenting, group the data based on that, and then get me the sales, which is basically, let's call it shipment wise sales. So it gets a sum. So let's do a okay, and that's my more relevant data which I'm looking at. So I'm looking at the ship mode, I'm looking at what is the segment, and then I'm looking at what is the total sales there. I'm looking at, again, the ship mode, standard, and home office. So always remember, when you are choosing multiple fields or multiple columns for grouping by, you are basically having a combination of two fields. So that has to be unique, and your grouping is done based on that. So now you're looking at the sales wise, and this is something as an important information what we have. So we have done some transformation, and what you can do is you can use other ways, like you can use pivot to get individual values from it. You can run on merge queries, which is basically running some merge queries and merge the query with another query in this workbook if you have. So you can go for this. Now I can basically go for apply and close. So just to add to the group by step, what we did was, if you see here, I have removed the group by filter, which we just did a couple of minutes back. And what I have done is, instead of transforming your complete data set, you can basically create a copy of it. So for example, I can just do a copy and then I can come here and do a paste, and I have done that and I'm calling it order summarized, but this is my complete data. Now what we will do here is we will basically go ahead and do a grouping by, again, like what we did earlier, based on your shipment, based on your segment, and based on the sales. So that's what we are looking for. So let's go for the ship mode and we go for group by, and here you would want to go for advanced to ship mode, and this one I will go for segment. So that's fine. Now we want the new column name, so let's say shipment wise sales. So I want to do a summing, not the counting of rows, and I want to do a summation based on sales, like what we did earlier. And then you say OK, and that basically gives you the data here. Now what we have is we have the resultant data based on the data which is coming in from here. We did the same thing just 1 minute back, but we worked on the original data set. So what I did was I created a copy and now I'm working on this one. So I'll say close and apply. And now we are back to our desktop. So it is applying these changes where we have done some transformations, we have done some grouping by, and what we can do is, once we have the data here, we can anytime look at our data sets or tables. So this is my original one. If you see, now I have order summarized. I can just pull out this information. I basically have my returns, which we have not really touched, and we have the scientists. So we have all the 4 data sets here. Now what we can also do is, let's look into order summarized, and we just have this data here. So this is fine, and you can continue working on this. You can basically merge columns from 2 different data sets, and then you can get the merged column and you can rename it. So you can obviously do that. You can basically do a uncheck whenever you're working on these data sets. So what you can do is, if you would want to work on transforming, for example, let's go back here and say I want to do some transformation on it. So how did we do it? We just did a transform, and you can go back to transform. So you have this data here, and the data what you have, you might be interested in transforming this into something else, and then you don't want to maybe load this data. So you have this option where you are selecting orders, and then you have something called as enable load, which can be unchecked. So when you do a uncheck, what will happen is whatever changes you perform, only those changes related data set will be loaded, and they will still be available, but this will not affect your, it will not affect your original one. So for example, let's say copy, and let's go in here. I will do a paste. Let's say orders. Oh, I did a paste. I need to rename this. So let's do renaming. Let's say orders, and here I will say summarized, and I will say US. So I'm renaming it. Now let that get loaded. We can perform some transformations on it. So I have here, where's my country? So let's look for country. Yeah. and let's look for country. So here I will go for only United States. Okay, that's what I'm interested in. And then I can choose, well, I'm interested in just central US. So I can basically go for just the central US, and I can get rid of all of these. So now I should have only central US data, and this is fine. And this is the data might be we are focusing on right now for doing some visualization, might be looking at sales, might be looking at the product names. So you have the product name. Now remember, you don't see any filters here, right? Because the filters are coming from the resultant set and your transformation. So if you have any filters, you would be seeing in the top row. Now this is the data we have. Let's not restrict it to region. Region would then reduce my data, but that's good enough for us. I can just say no, I'm clearing off this filter. I'm still looking at United States, but I want to look at all the regions. Yeah, we would be interested in category, and that's anyways chosen as technology, which we had chosen when we were loading the data. We have copiers and machines, right? And we can basically keep this. Now this is fine. I can apply the changes. I can apply the changes based on this one. And what I can do is I can just say for now apply. So that's going to apply all the changes which you have done in orders or summary or the new one, right? And what I can do is now I can choose order, and I can say don't enable this in load. So it says disabling load will remove the table from the report, and any visuals that use its columns will be broken. We are not creating any visuals as of now. The table will be removed. So that's fine. And now I will say close and apply. So what happens is you are loading the data based on the changes. Okay. Now you have your order summarized, you have returns, you have scientist, but you basically do not have orders anymore. So that was not loaded. So I only have this one, I only have this one, and you have returns, you have scientist, you don't have the orders column, right? Now that particular data set was not loaded at all because we did not choose that to be loaded, right? Now while I'm in this orders, which is, let's see here, and actually you can drag in, yeah. So you have order summary, and this has basically kind of data which I'm looking for. So I really don't need the orders table. So you can do it in steps, and you can aggregate this. You can have aggregated data. You can have all the data which is filtered, transformed, grouped by, and then basically just load it. And the original data set which you used, that's no more being loaded here. Now at any point of time, if I really want, I can go back to transform data, and remember, it is still here. It is still here. It's not gone, right? So you can basically select this and you can say enable load, and you will have the data back, which you can continue working on, right? So these are some quick transformations which really help us in working on the data. Now, obviously, if you have data, you want to perform some left joins, right joins, you have inner joins, outer joins, so you can always do that. You can take two different data sets. Might be I'm interested in taking the orders summarized, which talks about standard class, consumer, shipment wise sales. And here, if I look at order summary, I have other details. But the thing is, we need to make sure that these have the values. These have the values. Say, for example, the segment column here and the segment column here can really be used to join these two tables. So if I create a relationship or if I create a join, I can basically merge the data. So this is how you work on data. We will also see some more examples on might be modeling the data, using some expressions to work on the data. So we already looked at creating a report, selecting particular fields, and then publishing the report onto your Power BI service. Now this is the report which we had created, which says state, order ID, sales, and then I also added this returned field, and that was basically by creating a relationship between order and returns, which we can also have a look in model. So this is the relationship which is created. If you just place your cursor here, it tells me that we have a relationship between order ID of returns and order ID of orders, and that basically allows me to join the data, bring it in my one report. Now this is basically your data sources you can look at, and if you click on your visualization, so that shows you your report. Now what we can also do is we can make it interesting. Now we would not want to scroll through the fields to see wherever or what was the order or what was the order ID which was returned. Now I can do a sorting, I can filter out. What I can also do is I can use this option which shows slicer here, and that basically allows me to work with this data. So we have this report here, and basically, as I said, you can click in here, it shows the data. Now what I can do is I would want to filter out information or slice the information using your returned, either being yes or having a field which has no value. How do we do that? So basically I can drag and drop the returned here as a field which comes from returns. Now that basically shows me only the value as yes, but I do know that there are some fields which are blank. Now how do I add filter to this? So I can click on this one, and then I can click on slicer. Now once that does, so it basically pulls out all the different values. So you have either yes or you have the blank field for returned. So what we can do is we can select yes. You will see only the orders and their IDs and sales where the products were returned. So that gives me 108,118, and I can select blank. So that will basically get me all the orders or products which were not returned. Now this is a simple way wherein I can add a filter to or a slicer to my report to basically give viewers a choice of selecting different fields, and you can add any number of slicers. You can basically say I would want particular kind of information. So for example, if I go into orders, and we know we have the state. Now I do have the state information here, and basically I can, if I would be interested, I could filter this out in my report itself. I can sort it, I can look it in a different order. What I can also do is, how about bringing in state here and basically dragging it here. So that gives me the state option. It is giving me a visual, which is basically giving me a geographic location of all these points. So yes, that can be good. What I can also do is I can keep this, which basically shows me the state map. Might be it can be useful. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can look at specific information here, you can drag and drop here. So that's fine. What I can also do is I can again take the state and bring it here, and that basically can be, instead of my map, I can go for slicer. So that gives me all the values here, and which basically allows users to choose the fields or the states which you would be interested in looking at. So for example, if somebody is interested in looking at the data for Georgia, just select this one, and you see the map automatically shows you where in the map that's the place, and it shows me all the sales for Georgia state. Now I can also basically select yes, and that shows me which were the orders which were basically returned. So that gives me a quick overview of state-wise, what is the geographical location, if the orders were returned, or maybe I can just click on blank and it shows me the non-returned orders. I can again go here and uncheck the Georgia option, and that shows me all the states. Now, once you have done this, this looks like a comprehensive report which can be useful for the viewers, for your management team, and so on. So we can just do a save, and that basically is saving my report. So I have this report. Now, what if I publish this report? So I can just do a publish. And when I publish, it says, okay, workspace. So let's say select. And then it says replacing this data set may impact 2 reports. You already have a data set named by this one. View the impact. I would say replace, or I will say view impact. So that basically takes me to the Power BI service, because sometimes we may have some reports which we have already uploaded, and updating an existing report might basically affect my existing report. So it basically shows me the impact analysis. It shows me one workspace. There are 2 reports. They have not been added to dashboard, but these are the ones which will get modified. So let's, for example, as of now, go ahead here and let's look into my Power BI. So go back to your desktop, and I'll say, no, I don't want to replace. So click on cancel. So I do not want to publish it. What might be what I can do is I can try saving it as a different report. So let's say save as. And now I will basically say additional filters. Okay, let's save it. So now you see the name on the top changes to additional filters, and now it's saved to publish this. And now I can go ahead and publish it. Select your workspace, and basically it says this is the report being published with our additional filters, with a map which gives a geographical area showing us the information. And then basically what I can do is, once it is done, I can look into my Power BI service like we did earlier. You can do a filtering. We can basically query this data. We can share it with other users who might be interested in looking at this particular data. Now this says it is done. So it says get quick insights, and might be it's a good an option to look into what kind of insights it gives you. So click on that. See the beauty of Power BI, where it tries to search for any kind of insights which it can gather from the kind of report which you have built. Now, once the insights are ready, it will let you know. What we can also do is we can come in here, click on view data set. So you see now it shows your additional filters, and here you have option where it should be showing your report. So let's say view, and view is fine. So, and if it doesn't show up, sometimes it might be taking time for refreshing. So you can always go here, and then you can click on your report, and that should get populated. So this is the report. These are the filters which I have. Gives me an option of choosing all the states, and basically allows me to edit the report and look at all the information here. Meanwhile, we can see here it is still trying to gather some insights from the data. And now you see there are some insights here. So it says sales, which is coming up, and a subset of your data was analyzed and the following insights were found. So you're looking at sales by ship mode. So it says standard class, second class, first class, and same day. So there were different shipping modes in our data, and that's what it shows me, the sales, which one had the majority. It shows me the profit, so which city or state had more profit. So New York City has noticeable more profits here. Average by shipping cost, by subcategories. So there are these different subcategories which we can look at, such as copiers and machines have noticeably more shipping cost. Profit by product name, and you can basically look at the row ID and quantity. So this is where you're looking at a regression analysis. you're looking at row ID and quantity. So there is a correlation between row ID and quantity. So these are two different variables or fields which are related. You're looking row ID by category, row ID. So it says California has noticeably more row IDs, sales, your profit, count of region and count of returns. So there is a correlation again between two different variables. Average of shipping cost. Now we would have taken a lot of time building all these visualizations, but Power BI has already helped you in gathering all these insights, and then you can basically select which one of these is what you're interested in. You can focus and look for more information based on all the fields. It has given you good amount of insights which will help anyone who is looking at this particular report. So that's your quick insights here, and we have this information. Now once you have this information, this is basically where you have your focus mode. So it says subset of your data was analyzed, following insights were found. You can basically say download, and here you have other options which allow you to work with your Power BI. So let's look at this one. So this is where we have our report, and we can continue exploring it more. One more interesting feature which Power BI has, other than having your insights ready to use, which is basically in your workspace, and you can basically use these insights. What we are looking at, various options here, and basically you have this option where it says spin the visual. If you are interested in a particular insight, you can always pin it, which you can always go back and look into. What you can also do is you can also click on edit report here. Now that's a report which has already been published to your Power BI service, not yet shared, but that can be shared or that can be subscribed. Now once you click on edit report, it has option of reading view, mobile layout. You have basically an option which says basically options for navigating through the data set. You can go for how visuals on the canvas interact with each other. You have all these options, and one of the good options is ask a question. So you can always click on ask a question, and that basically says some suggestions. Now you can open this and it says, okay, ask a question about your data. Try one of these to get started. What is the average sale? Sort orders by order date. Sort orders by product ID. How many ship modes are there? Compare quantity and discount. So do not worry that your report has only 4 fields. So it has state, order ID, sales, and returned with some filters. But what about you looking at how many ship modes are there? So it is already looking at your data. So if you click on this one here, and you can see what are the different fields what we have, and you have ship date and ship mode. So this is one of the fields which it is showing you to ask a question. Now what you can do is you can say how many ship modes are there. Let's click on that. Let's ask this question. It says 4 ship modes. And do you want to add this to report? Yes, you can. You can let it be as it is. So you can basically keep this question here. And here you have an option. The visual is showing number of ship modes. When you place your cursor here, if you see here, turn this Q&A result into a standard visual, and let's do that. And basically it is saying number of ship modes, right? So now that's the power of your Power BI, which has basically allowed you to ask a question and quickly add a visual to your report. Now what we can do is we can basically save this, or you can say save as and give a different name. So might be I'll just say save, because I would want to have this information and the report is saved. So in this way, you can basically not only create smart visuals, you can not only relate different data sources using data models or relationships, you can add maps, you can add filters, you can add quick questions. You can basically just go here and say, for example, you would want to ask a different question. Now we see the fields here. How about looking at the shipping cost, right? So here I can say what is the highest shipping cost, and that shows me some suggestions. Let's select that, and that shows me the value, which is great. And I can keep it as it is. I can basically convert this to a visual. I may want to keep the question because might be this question was asked, and you would want to see the result here. Might be you can move this somewhere here, and that gives me some kind of question which was asked, and we can do a save. And that's my report, which has been saved in my BI service. The data set is still there. You can basically go ahead and share this.
Also, if you're an aspiring data analyst looking for online training and certification from the best universities, or a professional who wishes to switch careers in data analytics by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simlytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The link in the description box below should navigate you to the homepage where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
Now today we will discuss how to create relationships and different kind of data models within Power BI based on the structure of data you're importing. Okay, so what topics we are going to cover today? We are going to talk about different types of data modeling, and the most important part and aspect of data modeling is the cardinality. The cardinality which you basically decide after reviewing the nature of data, and after you've imported it, what kind of cardinality you have to basically highlight, right? And there are different type of cardinalities which you might have heard earlier also if you are from PL SQL background, like 1:1, 1:many, etc. We will talk about that. Now, what are the different types of data modeling? Now, dimensional data modeling is one of the most popular and most widely used modeling. In dimensional data modeling, you have master data, like for example customer data, date, store data, product data. So these are like less frequently changing data sets. So there is an organization, right, and you have set of customers, their email ID, phone numbers, etc. that will change less frequently as compared to the sales transactions, because transactions are happening every day, every minute. So sales is a more fast changing data set in dimensional modeling, which is in the terminology of data is also called as a fact. And customer, store, product, which are like more of static data and less changeable data, is sometimes called a dimension. So this is a typical dimensional data model which is typically used sometimes, right? And then there is another model which is relational model. This is a typical model which we have been using in database design, like primary key, foreign key relationships. So for example, you have a customer who has purchased a product, so probably he might have, the customer might have the details of the product which he has purchased, and you will make a join between customer and product table. And even you can make a join between product or product type or customer or product type. So customer table will also have a key to the product type. So this is less conducive for reporting, but it is more of a transactional relational model. But of course this is also feasible. But from the Power BI perspective, when we talk about reporting and visualization, this is the most extensively used dimensional data model, and this is what we are going to see in our example now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you certain data sets. First we will prepare and create certain of our data sets, and then we will import in our sample Power BI file, and then slowly we will create the relationships. Now, one important thing which you need to understand, that in Power BI, if you go to Power BI, there is an option that Power BI auto detect new relationships after data is loaded, and import relations from the data source on first load. So for example, if you are importing the data from a database where you have already defined the primary keys and the foreign key relationships, so that is the first option which Power BI will auto detect. And secondly, if suppose you are importing two different kind of data sets, one is Excel, one is CSV, and if Power BI detects a common column, key columns, it will auto detect a relationship which you can go and later change, modify, manage in your relationship menu, manage relationship menu in Power BI, which I'm going to show you. Okay, so if I open a Power BI, and this is where the option lies, go to File, go to Options and Setting, Options, Data Load, and these are the two options which are by default checked. You can uncheck it and manually prepare relationships. There's no limitation to that, but if you keep it checked, then Power BI will do its job to detect the relationships. Okay. Now coming to the next important factor, cardinality. Now before I start playing around with my data and start showing you certain relationships, it's very important to understand these four types of cardinalities. One is many to one, right? So basically many to one means that many orders contain data of one customer. So per order one customer is there. So from customer to order or product or delivery address, it's a one-to-many relationship, and from the other side, from order to customer perspective, it's a many-to-one relationship. Okay. Second, other cardinality is 1:1. 1:1 relationship is only applicable when you are saying it's an extension of the current table. So for example, in one table you have employee details and you are extending the details of the employee in another table like employee address, employee ID. So that is like 1:1. There is no multiple records of a single employee. In the address table, only one employee ID exists, right? Now 1:many, as I said, is the reverse side of many:1. So in customer table, only one customer record exists per customer, and one customer can place many orders for multiple products and can also have multiple delivery addresses. So that way, this is a typical 1:many relationship. We will be seeing this example also in our sample data set. And last is the many-to-many relationship. Now, many-to-many is a very typical example, so which I'm going to show you practically. And in our case, we will see that, like for example, you have placed an order for a particular product, but there are multiple fulfillments which has happened. So suppose you made order for 10 products, but at the back end when the company is fulfilling, it is first fulfilling the first 2 products, then the rest 3. So basically the fulfillment is happening in batches. So one order ID might have multiple fulfillments for the same order ID. So there will be a many-to-many relationship, which I'll show you practically. So now with this background, let's start importing our data. Now the first important thing which we need to import is the master data. So first I'll import all my master dimensions which I'm going to use in my example. So first is the customers table, customers data. So this is the customer details like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Some redundant columns are also present, but we'll remove it. Now my customer data is loaded. Now today's session is all about this section of modeling. So we will keep our focus over here. Okay. Now some columns, probably some blank columns are there. I can select them and say delete from model. Yes. Okay. So now this is my customers data with the relevant columns and the key per customer, customer key. Now there's no relationship in this model right now, right? Because only single table is there and the associate data is only imported. Now let me also import my another important master table is the products. Select the product data, product key, product subcategory, product SKU, product name, model name, product description, color, size. So just see all the relevant information only specific to the product is available. So I'll import it. Okay. Now see, there's no relationship between product and customers directly, because unless a customer makes an order, places an order for a particular product, there is no join, right? So now between these two tables, the most important, now another table which will now make sense is the sales order table, sales table. Now I am assuming that Power BI have auto detected the relationship. Now you can see that because I've already ticked that checkbox. Now let's see what relations Power BI has auto detected. Let's first check the relation between customer and sales. I'll double click this join. Now what it has done is it has created a join of many to one between sales and customer. So what does that mean is that one customer can place many orders, right? And that it has detected by the quality of the data and the data sampling which Power BI has done. You can also reverse this relationship. Here I can select customers and I can select sales. Now it has become one to many. So that you can also do manually. So that is what I said. Whatever Power BI is detected, it is up to the discretion of Power BI internal configuration and algorithm, but you can go and change it. So this is now you can make, this is by default active, so we want to keep it active. One customer, many sales orders. Cross filter direction means that only from customers to sales is the filter applicable, not reverse. I'll come to this with my another example, but first let's change the relationship. So 1:many means from one customer and many sales orders. Similarly, let's see what has happened at the product side of the relationship. Similarly, Power BI, many sales orders for one product. You can, for simplicity's sake, you can say products, sales, product key is the join. Now just focus one more thing. Please also see the column on which the join is the grade column, grade out column. Product key is also here and product key is also there, and it is what we wanted. So 1:many relationship from product to sales table and active. Now looks fine. This is something which is looking logical, and probably now we can proceed further to create a report. Now let me explain the cross filtering with an example. Now, for example, I want to check in a report that what is the count of products which a particular customer has ordered. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll select the product count of product name. Now, if you see, and for each customer, in front of each customer name, the count is coming as 293, 293. It is getting repetitive because there is a one-way filter direction filter between customers and sales and products, right? So this join is single-sided. It means that from customer to product, you can't find a relationship because it's a single side cross filter, right? What does this, if I change it to both, it means that it is equal to a join between product and sales, and every product detail now is appended to the sales table. So if I want to make you visualize this, you need to go here. I'll first open my sales table. We can also open it here. Let's make click this OK. Now if I click OK, you can see the single arrow is changed to double arrow. It means it's a both side filter. So when you say a both side filter, it means that implicitly within Power BI, you can imagine that all the product columns now will get appended because of both ways filter you have applied. And if you go to your report now, see the change of the numbers now 40, 20. So the total count of products across all my customers come out to be 293. Now the report looks correct. If I change the relationship from back to single between product and sales, then you can't make a join between customers and product. Basically, you can't derive the product count from the product table. See this. If you have to live with it, then you would have to go to the sales table, get the product key and get the value of count of product key, but that is not correct. Okay. So if you want a report in which you want the count of product name, and even if you want a count of distinct product name, so this will not come correctly. You would have to go and change the direction of the filter, which is from single to both. So this is a typical example there where you want to use a two-directional filter. Now let's proceed further and import other data set in order to show you another example. Now I want to show you an example of 1:1. So I have another table which is called customer details. So the key in this table is again customer key, but only email address, annual income, total children, education level, etc. Other details of the customer is there. So I'm loading the customer details. Now you see it has auto detected a 1:1 relationship. Now what is the meaning of 1:1? Means one customer key only has one entry in customer details. There is no multiple entry. So if you click this button, it's a 1:1 and the cross filter can be both or single, doesn't matter, because one customer will have only one value. You can make this as active. Okay. And if you go to the customer report table, you can now easily associate a email address with the first name. You will get 1:1 record. So now you can see that with 1:1 relationship, with the first name, I have associated the email ID, and for each email ID, there is a associated first name with that. So this is an example of 1:1 relationship. So in this example, what we have explained is that for each customer, there is an associated customer detail, right? So you have the first name, email address, education level, homeowner, occupation, and total children count. So in this report, what we have done is, if you click over here, so the first name and the email address. Okay. So there is a 1:1 relationship, and if you drag the customer key, report takes time to render, and even if you can, so this is the reporting output. You have the customer key, first name, associated email address, and the count of product names which the customer has ordered. Now this is an example of 1:1. Now I want to show you an example of many to many. Now for that, I'll import my fulfillment data set. Okay, now in my fulfillment data set, there is a column for order number. So basically what I'll do is I'll drag order number from here to here. Okay, so now what has Power BI detected? I'll do one thing. I'll select sales over here, fulfillment over here, and order number to order number. Okay, so it's a many-to-many relationship. So it means that per order I have created multiple batches to fulfill that particular order. Now many-to-many relationship is definitely a candidate for both ways cross filter detection direction, but you can check that. But definitely Power BI shows a warning that this relationship has cardinality to many, and this should only be used if it is expected that neither column contains unique values. Okay, so we know that fact. That's why we are accepting this relationship as many, because we know there are multiple order numbers over here in the sales table which are mapped to the multiple order numbers in the fulfillment table. We'll click OK. Now you want to keep the direction as both ways or one direction. That is up to you, the way you want to map the report. So I can double click over here, and you can even click. So now you can select from which way single filter you want, from fulfillment to sales or sales to fulfillment. I'll prefer sales to fulfillment and click OK. Okay, now we have all our different kind of relationships over here, which we have tried to shortlist: one to many, many to one, one to one, which is this example, and many to many. Now if I show you further relationships which you can keep on adding, like for example I have the example of territories. Now in which particular territory the sales was done, so I can map it over here. Okay, so now it's a typical 1:many relationship, because territory is my master table where I have a static list of continent, country, region, and it is mapped to the territories which are in which my orders have been placed. So it's a typical 1:many. So that way, you can keep on adding data. Then you have details of returns. Now this is another transactional table which is about the orders which have been returned rather than being returned by the customers. So you have a product key, so automatically Power BI has detected a relationship between the product key and the product table, right? And even if you can join the territory key, in which territory the return has happened, right? So mostly the most common relationship which you will observe is the 1:many, because as I told earlier, the most common relational model is the dimensional model. The static data, the slow changing dimensions, the SCDs are the master tables, and the most frequent changing are the fact tables. So if I talk about a typical dimensional model, the fulfillment table, sales table, and the territories table, the fulfillment table, sales table, and my returns table are the fact tables of my data model. Now we will discuss about calculated columns. Now so far what we have done as per our last session is that we did data modeling on the different data sets which we had imported in Power BI, like products, sales data, returns, fulfillment, customer details, and customer master data, calendar details, etc. So in the last session we prepared a data model and established the relationships between these different data sets like 1:1, 1:many, many to 1, 1:1, etc. And we saw the examples. Now, once our relational model is prepared, our data model is prepared, now our next activity is to create certain additional columns which we want to derive basis the data which we have imported. So for example, I'll start with my product data set. Now in my product data set, I want to introduce a column which basically categorizes that if any product which has a color red, black or gray, I am going to tag it as a colored product. Rest I'm going to say not a colored product, right? So all these are like example of byte type product SKUs. So for that, now in order to introduce a new column, you just need to do what? You need to select the table in the data grid, go to the table tools and say new column. Okay, so column will get appended to the rightmost part and you will start seeing a formula section typical to like you get in your Excel. Now I'm going to say that the name of my column is going to be byte type color. Okay, and I'm just creating a if condition. If product color is equal to black, okay, or if it is equal to red, or if it is equal to gray, then say yes, it's a colored product, else say no. Okay, so now you can see basis the product color red and black, they are saying byte type color yes, blue is no, multi is no, etc, etc. So this is a classic example of an if and else condition based conditional column. Okay, so you can create such columns. Now second column, custom column which I want to create is I'm going to call as discount. Now basis the pricing of my products, I want to associate certain discounts which I am ready to give to my customers basis the product category, like what is the pricing of the category. Again I'm going to make use of if else, but in a nested way. So if I am saying if my product price is less than 100, then I will give 0% of 0% of discount, so 0 into product price, just to keep it consistent. Now I'm saying else, if less than 100 then 0, else I'll check again that if the price is less than 500, then I'm ready to give 1% discount on the product price, else I'll move further. So like this, I have created a formula. So what I'm saying is if product price is less than 100, give 0%. If it is less than 500, then give 1%. Less than 2000, then 1.5%. Less than 3000, then 2%. And otherwise, else less than 3000, if it 2%, else 3%, right? Now, after this column is created, now you can check, right? So this, see the product price for this particular product, it is less than 100, so that's why there is no discount. It is between 100 to 200, then this has been given a 1% discount. So like this, all the discount column is now calculated. Now this column is available just like a regular column in my product table. Now after this, I'll go to my sales table. Now in sales table, I want to identify, create a column called as cost. There is no product cost column over here. So that will be derived. So let's create a column called as cost, and it is derived by order quantity into, now the cost of the product is in the product table, and I know I've already created a relationship between product and sales table. So I just need to select the product cost column. Now only keyword which I have to use in Power BI is the related keyword. So this will pick up the relation, and now for this particular sale order, the cost has already been derived. So this order number, this is the cost for which the product is the costing of the product for this particular order. Okay. Now I'm going to create another conditional column over here called as order status. I'm saying if any order whose order quantity is greater than 2, then for my organization it's an urgent order, else it is a normal order. Oh, sorry, I lost it. So this is my order status column, and I have my order quantity, urgent or normal. So any order which has order quantity 1 is normal. Any order which is having order quantity as greater than 2 is urgent. You can see this. So there's this whole Power BI tabs and sheets allow you to also review the data, what you're doing. So it's very convenient. Now I have my sales data. Now what I want to bring within the sales is my discount column. So here also I want to bring the discount which I have created. So I'll say discount. Discount will be order quantity into related product discount, right? So the discount calculated column which I had created under products, I'll bring over here. Now I am creating the order level discount. So if you see, for this particular order, there's a 25 for 25 rupee discount at the cost is 100,000 rupees. Okay. And what is the order price now? So I have taken the order cost, the discount. Now I have to create a column called as price, order price. So that will be again order quantity into related price, which is per product price, enter. Okay, so now I have the cost, the discount and the price, right, available with me. Now I want to calculate the total revenue, total profit and loss, right? Per order, how much? So first I'll calculate per order how much revenue I am generating. So now I have to generate a column called as revenue. Revenue is price minus discount so 1700 minus 25, 1700 minus 25, 2071 minus 42. And if I want to calculate the profit per order, then it is revenue minus cost. Okay, so now you can see, typical custom columns, calculated columns which we have created are all playing around with the numeric values, numeric data primarily, and trying to give inferences into per order cost, discount, per order price, revenue and profit. So typical calculation columns which I have prepared in front of you. Now let's take a look at other different variations of custom columns. I'll create certain columns for text-based custom columns, calculated columns using text-based data. So I'm now moving towards my customer table, in which I have customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Now I want to create a new column in which I want to derive the age of each customer as of today, right? So I'll use another function, a date function called as date diff. Now date diff, so I want the difference between the birth date of the customer and as of today in years. Okay, so this customer as of today is 68-year-old, one is 74, 68, 57, etc. So this is one derivation of a calculated column of age. Let's take another example. Now this is a text-based column where I want to derive the full name of the customer. Now here I'll say first lowercase, in lowercase I'll concatenate the prefix, then ampersand, space, ampersand, first name, ampersand, space, ampersand, last name and closing brackets, etc. Full name. Okay, so this is an example of full name in lower cases. Now another calculated column, conditional column, at the customer level, I want to identify a flag which says who is my target customer basis the demographics shared over here. Target customer. So I'll say if the marital status is equal to M and total children annual income. So okay, so let me change the logic a bit. So marital status is M and age is less than 50. These customers are my target customers. Okay, so I would say yes, else no. See this. His marital status is married, Logan Diaz, and age is less than 50, else everyone. So if I try to filter, so these are my target customers. 69 out of 1178. So this is just a conditional column, but a logical condition. An example which I'm trying to highlight over here. Okay. Now let's look at certain calendar date oriented columns, calculated columns. Very typical, like now I have a simple date column. Now I'll keep adding certain columns which which will help you understand how you can do some calculations on the dates. So like for example, I want a date which is 12 days after the current date, the date in the column. So just simple 12 days after, select the date and add 12. Now if you see the date format, you can go and change the format at the top, and if whatever you feel like this. Now see, 12 days after 1st Jan 2015 is 13 Jan 2005. You can go and change the format and other details. Let me also show you, if I go to my cost and other columns, I can go and change the format. This is like a currency, cost is currency. So I can go and change the currency type, and you can even show the dollar value or whatever currency type it is. So for numbers, you can do currency, or text or dates, you can select the format. So this is available at the column tools level. Now in customers, like we had our column of full name. So now what all things are available? Format as text, okay, data type text. So very minimal options are there. With date, you have options of the date format. Now next, I want a column which defines the expiry date. Okay, so 8 months prior to the expiry date which is coming up in 8 months. So I'll create a column called as 8 months expiry, and then there is a eDate function. I'll use that. I'll use my date in the data set, comma, I'll say 8. So now this date column will append 8 months to my actual date, and again I can go and change the format. Correct. Now another important column, like I want to know the date name. So I'll use a function called as format, and I'll select my calendar date column and I'll say give me the DDDD format of it. So it will give me the day name, the day name of on that particular date. Next, years in between. So I want the years in between the today's date and the date of my calendar. So equal to date diff, the calendar date, comma today, comma year, end. 7 years, 2015 to 2022. Then last date of the month. So if I want what is the last date of this particular calendar month, I will use a function EO month, which is there available in the Power BI. So I'll say last date of the month equal to EO month. Then just select the calendar CSV date, comma 0 in months, and enter. Change the format. Then similarly, start of the month. So I'll use a function called start of month. So for all January dates, end of the month is 31st Jan and start of the month will remain 1st of Jan. Change the format. Next, I want to know what is the week number of that particular date. So now there is an inbuilt function called week number, week num, and just pass the date and you will get the week number. First week of the year, second week of the year, etc. Now another very good example is whether the week day is a weekday or a weekend, right? So what is it? It's a week type. Okay. So I'll put a if condition and there is a function called weekday and I'll pass the calendar. If it is less than 6, it means it's a weekday, else it's a weekend. So all Saturday and Sunday day names will come as weekends, or else everything else will come as weekday. So these are very different variations of different column types, calculated columns, which is a very important utility, and any Power BI project you will definitely be ending up creating n number of calculated columns to derive your numbers, to prepare your reports. But it's important to understand what all things we can do. Yes, there are n number of functions available in Power BI, but what I have tried to showcase over here is some important functions. But basis your utility, basis your problem statement, you can look up for a relevant function in the Power BI dictionary. Now, with this introduction to calculated column, this is the base for us to now get into our next session. We will be talking about creating DAX measures and DAX functions. We will be using Power BI DAX functions, which is much more powerful than simple calculated columns, where you can do more complex calculations. You can calculate totals and then use them in the reports. So for that, we will look up into our next session.
Also, if you're an aspiring data analyst looking for online training and certification from the best universities, or a professional who wishes to switch careers in data analytics by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simultics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The link in the description box below should navigate you to the homepage where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
How to connect different data sources with Power BI. So in this session today, we will see how can you connect different type of data types, data sets like Excel, PDF, CSV, etc. to import in Power BI for your data visualization needs. So what's in it for us today? We will be learning how to connect to data, different data types, data files like Excel, PDF, then what are the different data importing modes, and then I will also show you practically different sets, how to import them in Power BI and use it for your visualization purpose. Now, what are the steps to connect to data? So now we will go directly into Power BI and try to import one by one few most commonly and popularly used data sets which are most commonly used in a day-to-day activity. Rest, of course, there are Power BI supports n number of data sources, but we will do something practical on the most popular ones. So let's open our Power BI. Now this is my Power BI, and first I want to show you that how can I import data directly from a web page and import the data. Now it is asking for a URL in order to import data. So what I have done is I have created a Google Excel sheet with simple data with rows and columns, and what I have done is I have shared this sheet as publish to web. Okay, so you just need to say publish to the web, the link as web page, and say done. It's automatically published, and say link. So copy the link which you have published on the web, copy this link, and then go back to your Tableau, paste that link over here and click OK. Now Power BI will try to establish a connection with this Google Doc sheet because it's published on the web. You need to wait for a while it is reading. Okay, now it has read one of the HTML tables, so I'll select this one. Now you can see it is showing me a preview of the table which is there on my Google sheet, right? It has 11 rows, so it has all showed all the 11 rows. So now I can go and transform this data because I can see my headers are there starting from the second row. So there is an opportunity for me to transform the data. So I'll go and transform it so that it looks clean. Okay, so first is I need to remove the first row, which is the null row. Remove the top rows. Okay, and then I need to use the first row now as a header. So you just click this option, use first row as headers. That's it. So now if you see my row ID, order date, ship date, all my data is now ready. So I can say close and apply. click apply changes. Now this is an example of web data import. You can go and preview your data. Right now, the biggest advantage of this data connection is that it's a live data. So for example, I insert another row. Let me change the order ID. I've changed some basic stuff, and it's auto saved. Control S. Now I'll go to my Tableau and I'll refresh. Now you can see as I refreshed my Power Query Editor, I clicked refresh all and I got my new row which is there in the live data. I got that fetched from my I got that row, the row ID number 12. So I have to say close and apply. Now you can see the new row, the row number 12 is now available in my new dataset, in the dataset, because it's a live connection. It's a live connection with the web-based Google Sheet. Okay, so this is one important way in which you can import data. Now let's try to import data from a text file. Now I have already prepared a text file called subcategories.txt. Now let me just open it in a notepad. Now it's a very plain simple file, tab separated file in which you have product subcategory ID, subcategory name and product category key. So basically to which product category this particular subproduct belongs to, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my get data option and I'm going to select text/CSV option and I'm going to select option mod product subcategories.txt. Okay, so now Power BI has identified that it's a tab delimited file, it has recognized the headers, etc. right, and I can now directly load this file. Okay, so now once the data is imported in Power BI, it is like irrelevant to me, it's a composite data import I am doing, right? So in my presentation, when I am talking about importing data, there are different importing modes, right? Data import can happen through different ways. Okay, one is direct query mode, in which I create a live connection to the database, which I'll also show you using MySQL and MS SQL Server. And also you can do a composite mode in which you can have data imported from Excel, plus you can have direct query modes. So you can have multiple modes to connect and create a composite data model, and that's what we are doing right now in our practical. So what we are doing over here is, one, we have imported data from the web. Second, we have imported data from a text table. Now after doing text, now our next task is to import from CSV. Let's try another one. So now I have imported product subcategory. Now I'll import a CSV file. So again I'll choose the option text/CSV, and now in this CSV file, let me open this CSV file and show you what is it. So this is a list of all my products, product key, product subcategory key, products, stock keeping unit, etc. A simple CSV file, and I'm going to import that. Okay, so now it has identified the delimiter is comma rather than a tab, and it has already recognized the headers correctly, so I'll load it. Okay, so now my products are there, product subcategories are there. For product categories, now what I have done is I have created a Excel mode now. So now Excel I'm using to import my product category. So now I have to click on the option of import data from Excel, and I'll say product categories. Select the sheet, load, and now, so my products, product categories, product subcategories, though with different data storage types, but still now the data is imported into Power BI. It is a composite data model. Now another very important data type which you can import is the PDF also, right? So what I have done is I have created a PDF called customers. My customers data is lying in a PDF. So what I've done is I've created a PDF which has data for some columns are there, like, you know, customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status, gender, email address, annual income, total children, etc., etc. So this is the data set which I have created in PDF. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select PDF now and import customers.pdf, and see, it has recognized my table on page 1 which I'm going to load. Okay, you can rename this as PDF table. So this basically, these are the different type of data types we have imported: PDF, Excel, text, CSV, and web page. Now let's take a look at another interesting data set which we want to import, is the MySQL Server data set. So what I have done is I've already installed MySQL Server on my local instance, and there's already a schema of SQLite tutorial over there, and I have certain tables already prepared over there, like department, employee, etc. So my goal is now to import this data or create a live connection with this data set. Now in order to import my SQL database connection in Power BI, you need to first download a connector, MySQL Power BI connector. So you need to go to this link and then click on download and install the MySQL connector. Based on the operating system you have, you click on download and install it. After you have done this, go back to Power BI and then give the IP address of the database. In my case, it's there in this local machine, and the schema which I want to import is SQLite tutorial. So I'll give the name, click connect. Okay, now it's connected. So now it is asking me which particular tables you want to create a connection with. I'm choosing department and employee, and I'm just loading them. Okay, so now this is the exact data which is there in the employee and department in MySQL. Okay, so this is one example of how to create connectivity between Power BI and MySQL. Now I want to do the same thing using SQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server. So I have also installed Microsoft SQL Server on my machine, and I have used the SQL Express. So this is the name of my server, so which I'll copy the server name and go to get data, select SQL Server, and for now database is optional. I can say direct query, click OK. Okay, now it is showing me what all tables I can import. So in my SQL Server tutorial, in my SQL Server, I have I have these three tables: customers, employee attrition, Olympic events. So I can use probably the customers one, which is now you can see this is the data, the customers data, which is lying in my SQL server. Okay, so I can preview it and load it. So now you can preview the data in Power BI. That this is the data. So I can rename as customers from MS SQL, MySQL, and so now this is not the only data sets you can import. Now if you take a look at the options which Power BI gave of what different type and variations of data it has compatibility to import from. Okay, so we can just take a look at the categorization on the left hand side first. There are file based like Excel, text, XML, JSON is also possible. You can evenly directly import an entire folder, and within the folder whatever data types of files are there, it will detect it. PDF, Parquet, or even SharePoint folder, which is itself a Microsoft technology. Then different kind of databases, SQL Server and MySQL we just saw, but it's not only limited to this. You can connect to Microsoft Access, SSAS, Oracle database, IBM DB2, Postgres, Sybase, Teradata, and then SAP databases, Amazon, Redshift, Impala, Vertica, Snowflake, and n number of databases which are there in the market today, Amazon, etc. Then it also allows you to connect with its own Power Platforms, Power BI platforms, data marts, Power BI data flows, Dataverse, etc. Azure, there are different kind of storage mechanisms in Azure, and Azure itself is a Microsoft technology, so it has a compatibility with a lot of Azure based data storages like Azure SQL database, Blob storage, Azure Databricks, right, Azure HD Insight Spark. So if you have those kind of services running on your Azure cloud services, you can even import them over here. Now online services, like you have ERPs running or some data which is shared on the internet. If you want to import it, that is also possible through certain products. Dynamics 365, Microsoft Exchange Online, Salesforce, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, GitHub, LinkedIn Sales. If you want to do some analysis of some social networking, feeds, that also you can import. Then other miscellaneous are also there: web-based, Hive, R script, Python script, if there's something to import, get data from. Google Sheets, like we saw one example in our video right now. So there are multiple options available. Now, once you have imported the data which is relevant to you, in our subsequent sessions we will see how to create relationships, but just giving you a glimpse that whatever data you are importing, Power BI auto detects certain relationships and it will create for you, but then you can go and manually also change. So this is the composite data model which is getting created in the backend while you are importing the data. You can easily go and manage these relationships, either keep them as is, you can delete and create new ones manually. So there is no limitation in that. So this is what we have witnessed. We have imported data from different files types, data types, and then we have tried to, once it is imported into Power BI, then there is no limitation of how you use it. You can create visualizations across different data sets and then create your standard reports. So this is the example of importing data from web, importing data from a database, from a PDF, and then once you have data, you can shape and combine data. You can basically do whatever transformation you want to do. You want to make joins, merge the data. So for example, if we go back to our Power BI, and if I go back to my transform data section, now as I have now different data sets available with me, I can do any kind of operation transformation on the data, right? So like I showed you, I upgraded the header row because one of the imported data was not showing the header correctly, or this columns, like this exact one column is extra, I can remove the column, right? All those transformations, whatever I do in the backend gets captured in the applied steps section, right? This is the customer data. You can create, you can merge it, you can append it, with other data sets, right? Let's, for example, I want to create a merge data set of my categories and subcategories. So I can say merge, select those two data sets and say merge queries as new, and I can select product categories and product subcategories, select product category key on both the sides, and then they do a left auto join. So whatever product categories are there, I'll get the subcategories associated with it, and I'll create a new table which will have, now I have the table which has the category and the subcategory and subcategory in one table itself. So I can rename it now to as category subcategory table. It's a merge. Basically, it's a join between category and subcategory, and now I have a common table, right? And I can close and apply. So imagine I have created a new table which is created from one data set which is Excel based, and another data set which is text based. See this category subcategory table. So now I can use it the way I want in my visualization reports. So that's what the presentation says, right? That once you have the imported data, you can shape, you can combine, you can adjust, you can do whatever transformation you want to do and create your visualization.
Let's also learn about DAX expressions, and that's basically your data analysis expressions. So it's basically collection of functions, operators and constants which can be used in formulas or expressions to calculate or return one or more values. Now we can basically add a new column, so we can do that, or we can also create new measures. Now usually there is a shorter way of doing it. You can go into modeling, and here as of now nothing is highlighted because there is no data uploaded. We see just a new table. What I can do is I can go to home and I can, let's get our data, but this time I'll take the simpler data, although we can work on the same earlier data set which relates to IP addresses and all that, so that also can be done. And to learn, we can take up this particular data, which is Global Superstore, which we have used earlier. Now here I can select orders, I can select people, and I can also select returns. Now what we can do is before loading, we can just do some quick transformation on this particular data. So that opens up my Power Query editor. So here, if you remember, we have worked on this. This is returns. So what I can do is I can basically go in here. I can say use first row as headers. Now that's one transformation which I would want to do. Let's go into people, and it basically has person and region. We will still do the same thing, use first row as headers, so that gives me the name of the person and the person belongs to which particular region. You have then your orders data set, And here things look fine. So we can select different countries, we can select different product categories, we can basically work on your different use cases here, like we have seen earlier, picking up a category as technology, picking up a subcategory, and we can also create models based on these three data sets. So this looks perfectly fine to me. So let's go ahead and just do a close and apply, and let's have our data quickly loaded. Now, as I have explained earlier, it is good to do transformation, enough data wrangling so that your data is not huge when you're loading it, because then that will slow down your queries, slow down your visuals, slow down your reports, and so on. Now, this is the data we have. And say, for example, I would want to work on a visual. So we know how we can do that. So I can basically click on my orders. I can look at the aggregated columns such as discount, might be postal code, might be profit. And it depends if you have basically not change the data types. Now, if you see here, postal code and summation really does not go well. Probably this has been loaded as a data type which is integer. But profit and quantity looks good. Row ID sales look good. So we can work on DAX expressions. Now here, if you go into the modeling, it says, do you want to create a new measure? You can create a new column that will get added to your visual. And here, when you are looking into the table, you can click on this, and this also gives you an option of creating a new measure or a new column, new quick measure, and you can work on DAX. So when I said DAX, let's quickly look at what or how DAX looks like. Talk about DAX, the simplest way to understand is knowing the basic syntax. So usually you first have some kind of measure name. So for example, we can say average about something. We can say, okay, let's say average sales. So that becomes one of my measure which I'm interested in calculating. Now, how do I calculate that? So for that, I use an operator, so which shows here. So that's your operator which you are going to use. And then you use a DAX function. So DAX has, or Power BI has a lot of functions which we can use. So for example, I would use a function like average, which we can choose from the drop down as we start typing in. Now this one as a function then needs a referred data table. So basically, let's say I would be interested in orders. So I can select my table or my data set, as you say, and then you can choose a particular column. So from orders, I would want to do an average on, say, sales, and I can key in the column name here. And that basically is my simplest DAX expression. So we can have a complicated way of looking at it, or we can basically say, okay, I would want to find out average sales, and I would want to might be look into a particular city, or where I would say it is per city. So might be I could say average sales, and then I could say by city or by year, or I would want to look into a particular year if we have the order date. So we can say greater than a particular order date. So we would want how our sales have got affected after a particular date, and that depends on the situation. So I can do that, and here I can say greater than order date. Now for that, obviously we have to use the operator, and then I would want to calculate. So I can basically say calculate. Now this is what I would want to find out. So I can say calculate, and then in calculate I can say let's take the column which we are interested in. So we can pass in something like a measure here. So for example, I can just say average sales. This is what I want, but I will give a separator here to filter out the data, and then I am going to use my order date For example, I can basically say, let's take orders, and in that I am taking order date, and then basically this order date has to be greater than or lesser than something. So here you are specifying your data set, your table, and the column. You are giving a filter here, and that's basically your DAX expression. So your DAX has different functions. So when we talk about these functions, like as I said, you are going for an average, or you're going to calculate something. So you have what we usually mean, or we use, is your predefined formulas. Now that can perform calculations by using specific values called arguments, so which are in particular order and structure. So always remember that when you talk about DAX, this always refers a complete column or a table. Now there are different categories of functions which we can work on. So you have date and time, such as date difference, or finding out now, or finding out a later time. You can use something like time intelligence, which is dates between first date and last date. You can go for information functions, which contains custom data. You can have logical functions, mathematical functions, statistical functions, text functions. You have basically working on parent-child relationships. So there are different function categories which can be used. And as I said, we can go for creating a new column or a new measure, and we can use this DAX for our data analysis. Now let's see how we do that. So say for example, I have my order date. Now I would want to work on this. So let's select, say for example, go to your data set, and you have a lot of data here. So you can basically go for all this data here, which shows me complete information of the different columns, and you can choose which columns you are interested in, which columns might be you would want to cut short. So for example, I have order ID, I have row ID, might be I don't want a row ID. So I can choose if I want to delete this, and you can say, okay, I would want to delete this. Now these are some changes which you are applying. And now if you see, there is no row ID, what we see here as a field. You start with your order ID, you have your category, you have your order date, shipment, and here you have your segment. And for example, we have country, region, market, category, subcategory, product name, sales, and then you have your quantity, discount, profit, and all of this. Now what we can do is I can basically add something here. So this is the data which we have, and what we can do is we can continue working on this. So let's click on home, and here you have ways to transform the data. You have a new measure, you have quick measure, you have new column, and you can try out these. So for example, I can go into new column, and that basically says, okay, what is your column called? Now I can say, for example, as I was explaining, let's go for average sales. So let's call it average sales. Now that's what I'm interested in. Now I need to use an internal function. So let's type in AV, and that shows me, okay, so there is an inbuilt function called average. We can use this one. So you can just hit on enter, and now it says, okay, which is the data set you're interested in. Now based on the reports, based on the data sets I've used earlier, it shows me options of different tables what we have, or different data sets what we have. So let's choose orders. So this is what I'm interested in. You can go for double click, and that gets selected, and now it says, okay, you want average on sales, but which is the column which you would want to use? So we can go for category, we can go for country, we can go for customer ID. All of these are your different columns. So for example, I can go for something like country, and that basically gets selected. Now I can complete this by just closing the parenthesis, and that's basically my DAX function. So my DAX function is ready, and if you want, you can add details to it. So if you would want to continue your function, you can always do a shift enter, that takes you to the next line. If you do not want it, you can go back. You can add a comment by saying alt shift and letter A, and then you can say my first DAX function, and you can give in some information depending on what kind of function you are creating, and that basically allows you to create the function. So this is done. Now let's hit on enter, and basically it will say the function average cannot work with values of type string, and that's right. I mean, we basically chose the wrong country. I mean, you cannot have an average on country, so that's not right. I should use something where I have to take a numeric value. So for example, I will replace this. So I will say I want average sales, and here I can choose what should I take. So for example, let's go for sales, and that's what I would want. So it says order sales, and then hit on enter, and it basically has populated my new column, but then it is basically taking average sales, and it has taken average sales overall. Now we have just selected a column, we have not given any filter, so it just gives me average and it populates every row with this one. Now, this is fine that we have added a column. It has the same average value, and that basically gives me sales on average. So as I said, your DAX function always references a complete column or a complete table, and then basically it adds the value. Now let's see how we can use this. If you notice, the field or the column has got added here. Let's get into visualization, and what I can do is I can basically choose one of the type of visualizations. So for example, if I choose this and say for example I would be adding this average sales, and that is the data I would want to look into. So what we can do is we can just say, okay, I'm interested in this average sales. It shows me the function, and we can add it here. Now this is just giving me the average sales overall. Now that really doesn't make sense. Let's look at this one, or plot a graph. So it gives me what is the average sales, and it gives me some visualization. So we can create visualization like this based on our column. Now what we can also do is we can go back to our data, and we can go for different functions. So as I said, you can create a function that adds a column. Now let's go for something else. So I will say average sales, and I would be interested in, say, a particular product. Now we have average sales, and that is the measure which we can use. So for example, I would want to find out wherein the year, or let's look at the date field here. So for example, we have country as France. It is telling me city, it is giving me customer name, it gives me a segment. So let's choose a different field, and we can filter by that. So for example, I'll say average sales by, or whatever name you want to give, let's say segment. Now what I will do here is, instead of using this average, so I will go for something like calculate. Now I can go for calculate, I can go for concatenate. So let's go for calculate, and we know that we have a particular column. So let's go for this one, which is, let's open up a bracket here. So let's go here, let's give our column name. So that could be your average sales. So let's look at what was the column name. and we have average sales with A and S as capital. So let's go for average and then let's go for sales. Now this is what I want to do, but on what? So let's choose this, and here I'm going to now choose orders. So, and then we have to basically look at the column which has the segment value. So segment, now this is what I would want to use, and then we can try giving a value to this. So you have segment as corporate. So for example, let's say let's go for, so it says calculate, give an expression which we have already given, that's your average sales. Or we can basically give the expression what we did earlier, and then you go for a filtering value. So I'm saying order segment, and let's go for something like corporate. Now that's going to be my segment. Let's close this one. So here's the example. What you do is you give your measure name. So that says average sales by segment. You can do a calculate. Now here you have to pass in a measure. So for example, I'm saying average, and I'm saying take an average for sales. That is, give me an average value of sales. But what I'm interested in is when the order segment is corporate. So I'm giving a filter here, and then it gives me average sales by segment. So that's the column value here, and it is basically filtering out based on the segment being corporate. So segment is our particular column here, which is showing up somewhere. Let me see, where is my segment column? So we have your product. Now I have, let's search for country, city, postal code, customer ID. And since we have chosen order sales, it is giving me this average value, and you can choose a different column, or you can say profit is greater than something else. So I would be only interested in those values, and you can continue adding things to your DAX expression. And this is how you can do here. So basically what I did was, we were using a measure which is average order sales. I said my segment has to be corporate, or basically you can just say segment has to exist. So you can say a Boolean value like equals true. Now I'm saying orders profit has to be greater than 100, and I'm only looking for my average sales by segment, where profit is greater than 100, segment is corporate, and now this has calculated the value. So you basically see here, so it tells me 286. If you look at the profit value, so it is greater than 100. What I can do is I can even add a filter here. So for example, I can say greater than, and let's give some value here. So for example, let's go for 100, and let's see if it has done the work. So you see all the average values where it is greater than 100, and then we have to also look at our other values. We can filter it. So segment has to be corporate, and let's apply the filter here. So I will uncheck, I'll say corporate. Now this is what I'm interested in. So it tells me the corporate is sector. Now you see the sales value, which is already showing up here, which we have average sales by segment, which is telling me that you have corporate segment, and it gives you where the profit values are greater than 100. Now we have this DAX here, we have applied, we have the filter, and what we can do is we can go to quickly visualization, and what I can do is I can choose this, I can add it here, and then that says me average sales by segment. However, we can go for different kind of visualization which can give us more meaning here and look at the data. So this is how you can simply use your DAX expressions. Now this is a simple, quick session where you are looking at the DAX expression. So when you look at this symbol, it means it is a DAX expression. So you can obviously double click on this one, and that shows you what is your DAX expression. Now, as I said, I have given two filters here. So always remember, once you have given a measure, you give your first filter, and then you can give any number of filters. You can just order it in a different line. That should be fine. Let's say average sales by segment. Okay, so let's say average sales by segment. Okay, profit greater than 100. So I can give some kind of name which basically identifies my column, and that gives me the value. Now if you see here, we have applied these filters, and that's why we are only seeing the relevant data, which is profit, which is a particular segment. And you can create any number of DAX expressions like this using some inbuilt functions. So anytime if you would want to see if your DAX expression is working fine, what you can do is, for example, I can say test function. Okay, now I would want to create a function, and then I can basically choose the available functions. As I said, you have logical functions, you have statistical functions, you have mathematical functions, you have information functions. So you have all of these options here, and you can choose one of these. So for example, we were going for average. You have and or. For example, I can directly go for and, but that would not make sense in the beginning. You can go for absolute value of something. So for example, let's choose absolute, and now I want to work on orders. So I go for orders, and here I can say, okay, I'm looking at orders, but I would be looking at sales value. I would want the exact value, so I can choose this one, right? And here, now once I am creating a function, so I can be selecting a different column. So this is basically one column. Now you can add calculation you want to do, but this basically says unexpected expression because this is a new DAG for a new column. So what I can do is I can take this out from here. I can go ahead and create a new column and then, or a new measure. So I can do that, and it works perfectly fine. Now I can save this, and we can call it whatever report you would want to call. So let's say Superstore with new DAX, and you can share it, you can publish it, you can continue using it in your reports. So you can create any number of functions as such and then just save it. So for example, I have set of DAX functions, and I can upload it on a GitHub link. So here, for example, if I go in here and if I click on DAX, so that tells me the different kind of visualizations I have based on the standard data. So it depends on my file, which should be existing here. So I can go in here, and this should actually work, but the location has changed, and I just click on open report. I can do a browse report. I can go into Power BI content, and here let's look into this one and just say open. So that will not only load the report, it has different visuals, and different visuals with the standard data set which comes with Microsoft. And it basically has different kind of visuals, and each of those visuals again have different DAX functions, so you can use these also. So what we have learned is working on a store data set, working on some threat hunting data sets, working on our own created tables, and these are some of the pages what you see here. So this is based on the data which comes in with AWS, and you can always look into one of these and you can search. If you see here, look at this icon and it tells me, okay, this looks like a DAG function, and let's double click on this one, and that shows me the function, what you're doing. So you're creating a function called age. It uses date difference. It works on dim customer table on the birthday date, and you would want to basically find out the date difference between now and the birthday, and you would want the year. So this is the data what you have. You can obviously choose this, you can look at the result of this, and you can see the visuals. So these are some simple DAX expressions. You can create a lot of data expressions like this. Now this is here, you have date function, so I can choose which are the DAX functions which are existing here. I can just load them. So for example, this one is one of my other data sets, and then you can play around with the data here. So this is how you create your DAX expressions, and this was just a quick demo on going for some simple DAX expressions. You can create different kind of visuals, and you can then save those reports. You can publish it to Power BI service, and you can then gather insights based on this. So this is how you work with Power BI, wherein you can use DAX, you can use Power BI service to gather insights, you can use desktop to work on loading your data, transforming your data in different ways, and then basically analyzing it.
Also, if you're an aspiring data analyst looking for online training and certification from the best universities, or a professional who wishes to switch careers in data analytics by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simultics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The link in the description box below should navigate you to the homepage where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
Now, let's understand what Power BI Dashboard is. Power BI Dashboard is a single-page visualization to tell a story. Here on the screen you can see there's a dashboard which has been published on Power BI service. There are multiple charts and graphs that you can see. The visualizations on a dashboard are generated from reports, and each report is based on one dataset. A single-page dashboard is known as a canvas. The visualizations you see on the dashboard are called tiles, and each of these tiles are pinned to the dashboard by report designers. Today, we'll be covering the following dashboard that you see on the screen. It will be a 3-page report where we will be analyzing the Superstore sample data. As you can see, there are 3 tabs. Now let me move over to our dataset. So our Superstore sample dataset is in the form of an Excel file. You can see there are multiple columns. You can see there's order date, shipment date, the mode of shipment, customer's first name and last name, the segment to which the customer belonged to, country of the customer, the city, state, and if you go towards the end, you can see there are the different product names, the sales, quantity sold, discount, and the profit. So the report that you see here and the one which we are going to create might vary a little in terms of the color formatting and the spacing, so you need not worry about that. Now let me go ahead and bring up a new workspace. So I'll go to File, click on New. This will take some time to bring up our new workspace. Now it will ask you for trying the free version, or if you want you can go ahead and sign in. I'll just close this. So here is our new workspace. Before creating the dashboard, we need to make some changes to our Superstore dataset. Using the features of Power BI Desktop, first we'll extract the year, month and quarter values from the order date column. I'll go to Get Data tab, click on Excel as my source. I'll locate my file, it's on desktop, click on Open. This might take some time to load the dataset. I'll select the orders sheet. You can see the preview of our data here. I'll go ahead and click on Load. This will take some time to load the dataset onto Power BI Desktop. I think we have successfully loaded our dataset. You can check that by going to the Data tab. So here is our dataset. First, let's make some changes in the format of the order date and the shipment date. I'll click on the order date. Under the Modeling tab, we have this data type and the format. I'll click on the drill down option. Under date and time, now let's choose the first one, which is in the format of DDMMYYYY. I'll click on it. As you can see, our order date column has been changed to that particular format. Similarly, I'll select the ship date column, go to the format option. Under date and time, I'll click on the first one. Here you can see even the ship date column has been changed to that particular format. Now let's extract the month values from the order date column. To do that, right click on the order date column, select new column, So this will create a new column if you go to the end. So there's a new column. Rename this column as month, and since we want the month value from the order date column, I'll search for order date. Dot, since I want the month, I'll select month. Now if I hit enter, it will give me the month values from the order date column. Similarly, if you want to get the quarter values from the order date, right click, select new column, rename the column as quarter, then choose the order date column followed by the quarter name. Hit enter. So you can see you have a quarter column and it has all the values of the quarter to which the date belongs to. Now let me go ahead and create one more column. This time we'll create a new column for the order year. This time we'll extract the order year values. So let me rename it as year. We'll continue with the same procedure. I'll look for the order date and then select the year. Hit enter. So it gives you only the year values on which the order was placed. Now let's find which day of the week was the order placed. So we need to use the weekday function and give the order date as parameter, followed by which day you want the week to start with. I'll show you how to do that. So I'll click on order date, then select new column. Let's rename this column as day of week. I'll use the weekday function of Power BI. You can hit tab to finish. I'll look for my order date column, comma. I'll choose 2 here since I want my week to start with Monday and end on a Sunday. Hit enter. So you can see we have the day of the week column. So the idea to create this day of week column is to find out if the order was placed on a weekday or a weekend. Now let me go ahead and create one more new column. Let's name this column as weekday or a weekend. I'll use an if clause and pass in my parameters. For logical test, I'll use the day of the week column. So I'll search for orders and then look for day of week. If this day of the week is equal to 6, which means if it's a Saturday, or I'm using the or operator, if the day of week is a Sunday, that is 7, then it's a weekend, else it's a weekday. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. So you can see we have our weekday and weekend column. So moving ahead, another thing we can do is we can find the total number of days it took for the shipment of the product. This can be done using the dative function of Power BI. So let me show you how you can do that. I'll click on any column, right click, go to new column. Let's rename the column as days for shipment. Then I'll use the datediff function. I'll give my starting date, which is the order date. So I'll search for order date, followed by the second date will be our shipment date, which is ship date, and the day. I'll hit enter. So you can see here it gives us the total number of days it took for the shipment of the product. Now let's create a full name column where we will concatenate the first name and the last name of the customer. Let me go ahead and do that. I'll create a new column. Let me rename the column as full name. Then I'll take the first name from the orders table, use the ampersand, followed by a space using inverted commas, followed by another ampersand and the last name. I hit enter. You can see we have a full name column. If you go back, so there were 2 columns in the name of first name and last name. Now we have merged both the columns into a single column named full name, and you can see the first name, space and a last name. Now let me give the sales column a currency value. So I'll select the sales column. Here under general, if I go to currency, I can see there are multiple currency symbols. Choose whatever you want. For this video, I'll take $English United States. You can see our sales column is now represented by a dollar value. Similarly, let me make some changes to the profit column. As you can see, there are multiple decimal values for each profit. So let's standardize it. So I'll select the profit column, and this is where you can standardize it. Now it's auto. So let me make it 2 decimal places. So our data is ready now. Let's go to the report view and start building our reports. Before that, under the model view, you can see the new columns that we had created. You can see there's weekday, weekend, there's year, there's quarter column, month column. The same you can see under the report view as well. Under fields, you can see these are the columns that we created: days of shipment, day of week, quarter, month, weekday or weekend, and year. Now we are under the report view. First, let me go ahead and create a text box. So under the home tab, you have the text box. I'll select that. Let me stretch it a bit. We'll give a title, Sales Dashboard. I'll select this and increase the size to, let's say, 28. We make it bold and center align it. Also, under the Visualizations tab, under Background, we'll add a background color to this text box. Let me select this blue color and let me make the font as white. So now we have our title ready. So under General, you can decrease the height of the text box. Let me make it as 70. First, let us create a new card from the Visualizations panel. So under Visualizations, there is an option to create new card. I'll click on it. Let me resize. I'll move it to the top. We'll see the total amount of sales or the total revenue that was generated from the sales. After selecting the card, I'll choose Sales onto Fields. So here you can see it gives you the total sales that were made, so which is nearly $2.3 million. If I go to the Format tab under Data Label, let me switch on the border. Under Title, you can give a new title, for example, Total Revenue. Hit enter. Now you can increase the text size to say 15 and center line it. You can also change the color of the sales value. So under Data Label, under Colors, you can choose whichever color you want. Similarly, let's create one more card to find the total number of units that were sold. I'll copy the same card, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. I'll move it a little below. Now I'll remove the sales column from the fields and add the quantity column onto fields. Again, under title, I'll edit this title as Total Quantity Sold. Let me create one more card where we will see the total amount of profit that were made. I'll select this. I'll remove the quantity column and add profit. Under the Format tab, under Title, I'll make this as Total Profit. Hit enter. Stretch it a bit so that you can see the total amount of profit that were made. Now, let me add a slicer wherein we'll have the order date column. So I'll add the order date column onto fields. So you can see here we have the order date column, and under slicer header, let me increase the text size to 15 and let's switch on the border. You can also give a title to the slicer. So under the Format tab, you go to Title switch it on, and we'll give a title text as slicer by order date. Scroll down, I'll center align it and increase the text size to 15. Now if you want, you can also change the date colors to blue. So under date inputs, you can go to font color and select any blue color. Now let's create a line and stacked column chart to visualize sales and profit by each year, each month and each quarter. So from the visualizations tab, let me select line and stacked column chart. I'll resize this. After that, let me add the order date column onto the shared axis. We'll drag the sales onto column values, and under line values, I'll take the profit column. So here you can see we have the sales and profit by each year. The bars represent the sales and this line represents the profit it made for each year. Let me go to the Format tab and make some changes to the data colors. Let the color of the profit remain the same, but the bars, I'll choose a custom color, give a hexadecimal value like 196273, hit enter. So we have successfully changed the color of the bars. Power BI has an interesting feature where you can drill down the sales by each year, each month, each quarter or by days. So let me show you. So on the top, it shows you go to the next level in the hierarchy. So if I click on this, here you can see the sales and the profit that were made for each quarter in every year. Quarter 4 for every year made the highest amount of sales and the profit. Similarly, if I drill down further, you can see, let me expand it, you can see by month. This is for each month over all the years how much sales were made. You can check November month gave us the highest amount of sales and December month gave us the highest amount of profit. Similarly, you can still go to the next hierarchy. Here you can see the sales and the profit made for each day over all the years. So day 17 made the highest amount of sales and day 23 gave us the highest amount of profit. If you see the lowest sales and the profit, you can see order date 25 gave us the lowest amount of profit, and similarly you can see day 29 gave us the lowest amount of sales. Now you can also go to the Format tab and switch on the data labels. So you can see here in 2014 we got nearly 49.5k profit and nearly $0.48 million sales. Similarly, in 2015 we had nearly 61.6k profit and 0.47 million sales, and so on. Now let me go ahead to the Format tab and switch on the border. Let me now create a clustered column chart for sales by year and quarter. So from the visualizations, let's select clustered column chart. Let me resize this a bit. And under axis, we'll add the year column. So I'll drag year onto axis. Under legend, I'll take the quarter column. And under values, I'll choose sales. So you can see here the sales that were made under each quarter for each year. This picture clearly says quarter 4 for every year made the highest amount of sales and quarter 1 made the lowest. Let me go to the Format tab and I'll go to the data colors. Let's change the colors for each of these quarters. We'll be using hexadecimal values. So under custom colors for quarter 1, let me select hexadecimal value as follows. So for example, PF D6 D9. Similarly for quarter 2, I'll select 6D9 BA6. For quarter 3, And finally, for quarter 4, I'll choose a little darker color. So here is how our clustered column chart looks like, and we can see the sales by year and quarter. Now let me go ahead and let's add a border. Now we'll analyze the sales by each state. So for that, we'll use field map. So I'll click on field map. Let me resize it. Now let me add the state column onto location. Under tooltips, I'll add the sales column. Let me expand it. So you can see here we have the map which shows the sales by each state. Now let's do some color formatting to this. I'll go to the Format tab, click on Add Colors, and blue is the default color. There's an additional option where you can use conditional formatting. So I'll use that. So it gives you the option to choose your color between maximum value and the minimum value. You can also choose this diverging option where you get a center value or a mid value as well. Now for the minimum value, I'll choose a color. Again, I'll use a custom color. It will be similar to a green color. I'll hit OK. Then let's use some orange color for the mid value range. For example, EB. And similarly, for the maximum value, we'll use a little darker color which looks similar to red. Click enter. So now we have defined our color scheme. Let's click on OK. Let's zoom out. So you can see the states which are in green color made the lowest amount of sales, while those which are in orange or in red made the highest amount of sales. So in this example, you can see California had the highest amount of sales. Similarly, New York is next, is just below California with the amount of sales, followed by Texas. We'll go back. Let me also add a border to this. Similarly, you can also select the profit column or the units sold column to see the units or the profit that were sold by each state. So let me now go ahead and create a donut chart. In that donut chart, we'll analyze the sales and profit by each segment. So under visualizations, I'll click on donut chart. So under legend, I'll add the segment column. Under values, I'll take the sales column, and we also want the profit, so I'll take the profit column onto tooltips. So you can see we have our donut chart prepared, and you can see the sales and profit by each segment. Let me expand this. The donut chart indicates consumer segment made the highest amount of sales and profit, while home office segment made the lowest. I'll go back. Let me go to the Format tab, and we'll make some formatting to our data. Let's change the color of all the segments. Choose custom color. Let's give a color coding as 1558C. Similarly, we'll change the color for corporate segment as well. Let's take a gray color. And finally, we'll change the color for home office as well. I'll also switch on the border. So we have our donut chart prepared. Now let's move ahead and create a pie chart to analyze the profit and sales by each category of products. So under visualizations, I'll select pie chart. I'll drag the category column onto legend. Under values, I'll take the profit column, and under tooltips, I'll take the sales column. So you can see we have a simple pie chart that tells you the profit and the sales that were made by each category. As it's evident, category technology made the highest amount of sales and profit, while furniture category made the lowest amount of profit and sales. I'll go back. Under format, I'll change the data colors. Let's go ahead and do that. I'll use custom colors and give a hexadecimal color value. Similarly for office supplies, I'll take another hexadecimal value. And finally, we'll change the color of the furniture category. Also, let's give a border. So we have a pie chart prepared that tells you the profit and sales by each category of products. Now we are done with our first sales dashboard. So I can go ahead and rename this tab as overall sales. Next, we are going to analyze the sales, profit, quantity sold and all of these by taking region and the state as filters. So we'll continue with the same drill. First, I'll create a text box. So under home menu, I'll go to text box. I'll stretch this. I'll give a title to this page, for example, region and state level analysis. Let me make it bold and I'll increase the size to 28, make it center aligned. We'll make the text as white and under visualizations, let's give a background color. I'll choose this blue color. So let me go ahead and create 3 slicers, a region slicer, a state slicer and a year slicer. So under visualizations, I'll click on slicer. Let me resize, move it on top. And for region slicer, I need to add region onto fields. So you can see we have a region filter now. Let's do some formatting to this. Under slicer header, let me make the font color white and let's give a background, let's say blue, and let me increase the text size to say 15. You can also choose a font family. Let's go for Calibri and you can increase the size of the items. Let's increase the text size to say 15 and let's give a border. So now you have the region slicer ready. Let me copy paste this. Next, we'll create the state slicer. So I'll remove region from here and add state onto the field. So you can see we have the state slicer ready. Similarly, you can also go ahead and create a year slicer where you can analyze the sales and profit or quantity by year. I'll remove state from here and I'll drag the year column onto field. You can see we have all the 4 years from 2014 to 2017. Now sometimes it might be difficult for you to scroll through all the values present in a slicer. For example, in the state slicer, you can see there are multiple states. And if you want to filter your report by a particular state, you have to always scroll down or scroll up and check manually where the state is. So Power BI gives you this feature where you can use the search option. So if I click on this, you can see there's a search option. Select that. So now in the search bar, you can search for any state you are looking for. For example, if you want to search for California state, you can just type on California. So I have just typed CAL and it shows me California. That's an important feature that Power BI gives you. So let me now go ahead and create a simple table where we will see the quantity and the profit made in each city. So under visualizations, I'll select tables. Let me resize this. So under values, first I'll add the city column, followed by the quantity column and the profit column. Let's do some formatting. So under column headers, let me change the font color to white and let's add a background. Let me increase the text size also. Let's make it 15. Similarly, if you scroll down under values, let's increase the text size to 15 as well. And let's choose the font family. Let's take Consolas. So here you can see all the cities, the quantity sold in each city and the profit that was made in each of these cities. Now let me add a border to this. So now you can filter each of these cities by region or by state. For example, if I choose Central as my region, it will give you all the cities that lie in the central region. Similarly, you can also search for any state. For example, I am taking Minnesota. So under Minnesota, you can see all the cities and the quantity as well as the profit they made. Let me now uncheck the filters. Now let me go ahead and filter this table in terms of profit. So I'll sort by profit. You can see we have our cities sorted in terms of profit. So New York City made the highest amount of profit, followed by Los Angeles and Seattle. Below you can see the total units that were sold and the total profit that was made from all the cities. So you can also filter down the quantity sold and the profit made by each year as well as by region and state. So let's see. Suppose I am choosing East as the region. So under East, it tells you the states that are present. Let's go for Delaware and let's select 2016 as my year. So you can see the cities that lie under Delaware state and the quantity as well as the profit they made in 2016. Similarly, let's select Massachusetts as the state and let's go for another year, for example 2017. You can see all the cities that are present under Massachusetts, the quantity sold and the profit that was made. Below you can see the total quantity and the profit. Let me uncheck all these. Now moving ahead, let's analyze the sales by each state and the category of product. For this, we'll create a clustered bar chart. So under visualizations, I'll select clustered bar chart. Let me resize a bit. Under axis, I'll take the state column. I'll take category onto legend, and under values, I'll put the sales column. So you can see here, we have the sales for each category under each state. For example, California state made the highest amount of sales under technology category and it made the lowest amount of sales under office supplies. If I scroll down, you can see all the states and the sales they made for each category. I'll go back to the report. Now let's use some filters. You can filter here. For example, if I want to check the sales by each state and category for 2015, I can just click on 2015 and it will tell you the sales that were made. Now let's do some formatting to this bar chart. We'll change the colors for each of the categories. Similarly, we'll change the color for office supplies. And finally, for the technology. So now we have our bar chart ready. Moving on, now let me add a border to this bar chart. Okay. So now that we have seen our sales by state and category, let's now check the profit by year and category. For that, we'll create an area chart. I'll resize this chart. Now, under axis, I'll take the year column. Under legend, I'll take the category column. And under values, I'll take profit. And so we have our area chart that depicts the profit by each year and the category to which the product belongs to. I'll go to the Format tab, and under Data Colors, I'll choose some colors. Let's change furniture to this blue color. I'll take office supplies a red color, and technology I'll use a green color. So now you can use the filters. For example, you can check the profit that was made by each year and category under East region. So you can see here, in 2017, technology made the highest amount of profit, while furniture had the lowest. Similarly, let's check for South region. So you can see in South region in 2016, technology made the highest amount of profit and furniture made the lowest. In 2017, office supplies made the highest amount of profit and furniture was the lowest. I'll uncheck this South region filter. Similarly, you can also see the sales by each state. So under state slicer, you can choose whichever state you want and check the profit it made by that year or category. For example, I'll choose Connecticut. So you can see the profit Connecticut state made in each of these years. I'll uncheck it. Let us move ahead, and now let's see profit that was made and the quantity that was sold by each category and subcategory of the product. So for this, I'll choose the line and clustered column chart. So I'll select from the visualizations. Now, under shared axis, I'll select the category column. Under column series, I'll take the subcategory column. Under column values, I'll choose profit, and I'll choose quantity under the tooltips. So now you can see the profit that was made under each category and the subcategory. For technology category, copiers subcategory made the highest amount of profit. The quantity sold was 234. Similarly, if you check for furniture category, we didn't make any profit for tables subcategory and as well as for bookcases. Under office supplies, paper subcategory made the highest amount of profit. Now let me go ahead and add a border to this. Fine. Moving ahead, now we will see the sales by each segment. For that, let's create a funnel. So from visualizations, I'll take the funnel and I'll drag segment onto group and the sales column onto values. So you can see here the sales that were made by each segment. This picture clearly depicts that consumer segment made the highest amount of sales. Next was corporate and then home office. Now let's do some color formatting. So the default color is this blue. I'll click on show all. Now we'll give individual colors to each of the segments. Using custom color, let's give a hexadecimal value. Similarly, we'll change the color for the corporate segment. And finally, for the home office segment. Now let me go ahead and give a border to it. So if you want to analyze the sales by segment and for a particular region or state or any particular year, you can do that. So let's select for East region and let's take New Jersey as the state for year 2014 suppose. So you can see here corporate segment made the highest amount of sales, followed by consumer and home office. Let me uncheck these filters. So our second report is ready, where we analyzed the sales, quantity, profit at region level, state level and by year. So I can rename this as region and state. Next, we will analyze the sales, quantity, profit in terms of categories and subcategory of products. So let me first copy this text box and create a new tab. I'll paste that text box here and change the title to say category and subcategory level analysis. First, we'll create a slicer where we'll take the category as filter. So if I want, I can directly copy it from my previous tab and change the fields. So let me copy this and paste it here. I'll sync it and let me remove the region field and add category onto the field. So you can see we have the three categories here. Let me copy paste this again and let me take the subcategory now. So I'll select this and I'll drag subcategory onto the field. So here you can see we have all the subcategories and above we have the categories. Let me resize this a bit. With that, now let's analyze the sales and profit by region and segment. To do this, we'll use a tree map. So let's see how you can build a tree map. Under visualizations, I have tree map. Let me select it. I'll move it to the top and expand it a bit. Now, under group, I'll select region column. Under details, I'll take segment. I'll take the sales column under values and let's take profit onto tooltips. So if I expand this, you can see the sales and profit by each region and segment. For example, in the West region, you have consumer, corporate and home office as the segments, and you can see consumer segment made the highest amount of sales and profit, while home office made the lowest amount of sales and profit. Similarly, you can check for the other regions as well. Now, let's give a border to this tree map, and under data colors, let me change the color of the regions. Scroll down, custom color. Let me choose my own color. Let's take this as a gray color. And finally, for the West region. So now you can select individual categories and subcategories to check the sales and profit by region and segment. For example, if I select furniture as my category, you can see the changes that were made to the tree map. You can also select office supplies and see how the sales and profit changes. Similarly, you can also go ahead and select whatever subcategories you want and then check the sales and profit by region and segment. With that, let me now create a pie chart to see the quantity and the sales by each segment. So I'll go and select a pie chart. Let me resize this. If you want, you can increase the size of this tree map also. So let me go ahead and select segment onto the legend. Under values, I'll take quantity and sales under tooltips. So this pie chart depicts the quantity and the sales that were made by each segment. As you can see, consumer segment made the highest amount of sales and had the highest quantity sold, while home office had the least number of quantity sold and the least number of sales. Let's add a border and change the data colors. Similarly, I'll change the color for the corporate segment. Let's make this gray, and home office, I'll take the following color. Move this a little to the right. Now, let's build a scatter plot to analyze the sales, quantity and profit by each subcategory. So under visualizations, I'll select scatter plot. I'll resize this. So I'll add subcategory onto legend. Then I'll add sales onto the x-axis, quantity sold onto the y-axis, and under size, we'll take the profit column. If I expand this, you can see the sales, quantity and the profit that was made for each subcategory of products. You can see here, subcategory phone has given us a significant amount of sales with less number of quantities sold, and it has given us a good amount of profit also. Similarly, subcategory chairs has also given us good amount of sales with close to 2356 quantities sold and a good amount of profit. If you see this one, which is subcategory paper, it gave us less amount of sales with more quantities sold, while it gave us good amount of profit though. So you may promote phones or for example chairs to sell more, since it gives you more amount of profit with less quantity sold. Let's add a border to this. You can use the category filter. Suppose if I choose for furniture and expand this, you can see under furniture, subcategory furnishings gave us the lowest amount of sales with the highest number of quantities sold, but it gave us a decent amount of profit. Subcategory tables gave us a decent amount of sales with lesser number of quantities sold, but didn't give us any profit. Subcategory chairs gave us the highest amount of sales and also the profit. I'll uncheck this. Let's now create a line chart where we can see the profit by each year and quarter. So under visualizations, I'll select line chart. Let me resize this. So under axis, I'll take year. Under legend, I'll take the quarter column, and under values, I'll take the profit column. So now you can see the profit that was made each year and the lines depict each quarter. So if you check for 2014, quarter 4 made the highest amount of profit, while quarter 2 made the lowest amount of profit, while quarter 1 made the lowest amount of profit. Similarly, if you see for 2016, you can see quarter 4 made the highest amount of profit, while quarter 1 made the lowest. If you check for 2017, you see quarter 3 and quarter 4 almost made the same amount of profit, while quarter 2 made the lowest amount of profit. I go back. Now you can filter these by categories also. Suppose if I see for technology, you can check the amount of profit that was made in each year and in each quarter for technology category. Let's add a border to this. Likewise, we'll now create another line chart that will depict the sales by each year and quarter. So let me copy paste this. I'll drag this to the right. Now I'll remove profit from values and add sales. Let me uncheck this also. So here you can see we have the sales by each year and quarter. Now if you see for 2014, again quarter 4 made the highest amount of sales and quarter 1 in 2014 made the lowest. If you see for 2016, you can see 2016 also quarter 4 made the highest amount of sales and quarter 1 made the lowest. We'll go back. So our final report is ready, where we analyzed the sales, quantity sold, the profit at category and subcategory level. I can go ahead and rename this as category and subcategory. Let me save this. Now if you want, you can also filter it by subcategories. For example, if I select chairs as my subcategory, so for chairs you can see the sales that was made by each year and quarter. So in 2017, quarter 4 made the highest amount of sales, while quarter 1 made the lowest amount of sales for chairs. Similarly, you can select other subcategories also. For example, let me take some other category like machines. Let's see the profit now. So for machines subcategory, you can see in 2014, quarter 4 made the highest amount of profit, while quarter 3 made the lowest amount of profit. Now if you check for 2015, you can see quarter 3 made the highest amount of profit in chairs, while quarter 1 made the lowest amount of profit. Let's uncheck this. So now we are almost done building our report using the Superstore sample dataset. So we have our 3 reports ready. You can see the first one was overall sales. The second report we created by taking region, state and the year as filters. So we had a region and state level analysis. And finally, we analyzed the sales, quantity and the profit sold by category and subcategory. So I have arranged all these graphs and charts so that it looks a little better. Now let me go to this publish option on the top so that we can publish this report onto the Power BI dashboard. So I'll click on publish. I'll save it. You can select the destination. Here I have only one destination, which is my workspace. So I'll choose it and select. So there you go. Publishing to Power BI, it was successful. I'll close it and let me move to my Power BI service. I'll refresh it for once. So under my workspace, you can see we have the dashboard report. So below you can see there are 3 tabs that we created. The first one is overall sales. The second one is sales by region. And the third one is by category and subcategory. Now, to put these reports onto the dashboard, I need to pin each one of these visualizations. So let me pin one by one. So it asks where would you want to pin it to. I'll select the existing dashboard. Or better, let's create a new dashboard. Let's say Power BI dashboard, spin it. I'll close this. Similarly, let's spin the remaining ones. I'll select Power BI dashboard again, pin it. Let's spin everything. So this slicer, you can't pin it. Let's do the remaining ones. Same will do for the donut chart as well as for the pie chart. Now if I go to my dashboards and select Power BI dashboard, you can see we have a one-page dashboard here. You can resize all the charts and graphs. Let me resize it and move it to the top. So we have our first canvas here, which tells you the overall sales, the profit, and the units that were sold over different states, different segments, and by categories. So one of the important features that Power BI service gives you is that you can ask questions about your data and it will tell you what the exact solution is. For example, you can see here you have a field where you can ask questions. So for example, if I type total sales and hit enter, so it tells you the total amount of sales that were made, which is $2.3 million. Similarly, if I want to find out the total profit, I can search for it here, hit enter. It will give you the exact amount of profit that was made. Let's do something else. For example, if you want total profit by, say, year, I'll hit enter. It gives you a nice line chart where you can see the total profit that was made over all the 4 years. Next, suppose I search for total quantity sold by segment. See, it gives me a bar chart where you can see the total quantity that was sold, and it gives you a list of options where you can find out the total quantity that was sold by city, state, order ID, first name, last name, and many others. So consumer segment had the highest quantity sold. Let's see for something else. For example, if you want the total sales by, say, subcategory, I'll choose the first one. See, you have all the subcategories and the total sales that they made. So it's a very interesting feature that Power BI gives you. Go back. Now, if you want, you can go to the report menu, and if you want, you can pin the other visualizations as well. So another important feature about Power BI dashboard is that you can derive insights from the visualization. For example, if I click on these dots, there's an option you find, View Insights. I'll select it. So on the right, you can see Power BI has itself given us some insights from the data and the visualizations we have made. You can see sales by year and quarter, the sales by day of week and quarter, sales by shipment mode, where you can see the standard class ship mode made the highest amount of sales. You can also see the sales and count of city by year, and many more.
Also, if you're an aspiring data analyst looking for online training and certification from the best universities, or a professional who wishes to switch careers in data analytics by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simulatics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The link in the description box below should navigate you to the homepage where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft. It has the capability to analyze and visualize data, extract insights, and share it across various departments within your organization. Power BI makes data visually appealing. It has easy drag and drop functionality, with features that allow you to copy all formatting across similar visualizations. Power BI fetches data from factory sensors and social media sources to get access to real-time analytics. Let's see what Tableau really is. Tableau is a powerful business intelligence tool which manages the data flow and turns data into actionable information. It can create a wide range of different visualizations to interactively present the data and showcase insights. Tableau has the feature of drag and drop, which allows its users to create interactive visuals quickly. It can also build interactive dashboards with just a few clicks. So Power BI was originally designed by Ron George in the summer of 2010, and the initial release was available for public download on 11th of July 2011. The key components of Power BI are Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, Power BI Mobile Apps, Power BI Gateway, and Power BI Report Server. Tableau software was founded in 2003 in Mountain View, California, and the Tableau Desktop 1.0 was released in 2004. On 1st of August 2019, Salesforce acquired Tableau. Tableau products include Tableau Desktop, Tableau Server, Tableau Online, Tableau Visible, Tableau Public, and Tableau Reader. Now, let's see how expensive these tools are. Power BI is way less expensive than Tableau software. Power BI Professional version costs less than $10 per month per user. The yearly subscription comes around $100. Power BI Premium is licensed with dedicated cloud compute and storage resources and is priced at $4,995 per month. On the other hand, Tableau is more expensive, where the Pro version of Tableau comes at more than $35 per month per user. The yearly subscription costs around $1,000. Tableau Creator costs around $70 per month, while Tableau Viewer is priced at $12 per month. If you are a startup or a small business, you can opt for Power BI and then upgrade to Tableau if the need arises. Now coming to performance, Power BI is easy to use. It is faster and performs better when the volume of data is limited. Power BI tends to drag slow when handling bulk data. But Tableau can handle large volumes of data easily. It is faster and provides extensive features for visualizing the data. Tableau doesn't limit the number of data points in a visualization or enforce row or size limitations. So you can have a complete view of your data. Tableau's wide range of built-in analytic capabilities allows you to spend less time worrying about manually creating calculations, designing visualizations, and formatting dashboards. Now let's discuss the user interface of these tools. The user interface of Power BI is highly intuitive, and it can easily be integrated with other Microsoft products. Power BI interface is easy to learn and understand. It is user-friendly and allows you to operate better. Power BI Desktop provides 3 views which you can select on the left side of the canvas. The first view is of the report view, where you can create reports and visuals. The next is the data view. In this view, you can see the tables, measures, and other data used in the data model associated with your report, and transform the data for best use in the reports model. And third is the model view. In this view, you can see and manage the relationships among data in your data model. Tableau has an intelligent interface that enables you to create and customize the dashboards according to your requirements easily. It has an inviting workspace area that encourages you to experiment with data and get smart results. The workspace area has different cards and cells, toolbar, sidebar, data source page, status bar, and sheet tabs. With that, let us now talk about the different data sources that Power BI and Tableau can connect with. Another important feature of Power BI is that it supports various data sources but has limited access to other databases and servers compared to Tableau. Some of the examples are Microsoft Excel, text or CSV files, folders, Microsoft SQL Server, Access DB, Oracle Database, IBM DB2, MySQL Database, PostgreSQL Database, etc. Tableau software has access to numerous data sources and servers such as Excel, text file, PDF, JSON, statistical file, Amazon Redshift, Cloudera Hadoop, Google Analytics, Dropbox, Google Sheets, Google Drive, and lots more. Now let's talk about the ease of use. Power BI enjoys a slight edge in terms of ease of use because it is based on a user interface that has its roots in Microsoft Office 365, which most end users are already familiar with. Tableau provides some essential advantages for exploring and visualizing data in detail. Tableau is also incorporating natural language capabilities into its software. This will help us in finding solutions to complex problems by understanding the data better. Next, let us understand how Power BI and Tableau differ in terms of programming support. Power BI supports data analysis expressions or DAX and M language for data manipulation and data modeling. It can connect with R programming language using Microsoft Revolution Analytics, but it is available only for enterprises level users. Compared to Power BI, Tableau integrates much better with R language. Tableau Software Development Kit can be implemented using any of the 4 programming languages such as C, C++, Java and Python. By connecting to these programming languages, you can build even more powerful visualizations. Now coming to the most important category, which is data visualization. Power BI provides an easy to use drag and drop functionality. It provides features that make data visually appealing. Power BI offers a wide range of detailed and attractive visualizations to create reports and dashboards. Using Power BI service, you can ask questions about your data and it will give you meaningful insights. Tableau also allows its users to customize dashboards specifically for a device. It delivers interactive visuals that support insights on the fly. It can translate queries to visualizations and makes you ask questions, spot trends, and identify opportunities. No coding knowledge is required to work on Tableau, as Tableau provides inbuilt table calculations to build reports and dashboards. Now talking about machine learning and how they are different from each other. Power BI enjoys the advantages of Microsoft Business Analytics that includes platforms such as Azure Machine Learning, SQL Server-based analysis services, data streaming in real time, and many Azure database offers. It helps to understand the data and analyze the trends and patterns in the data. You can also forecast the data to make future predictions. Tableau supports the features of Python machine learning. This enables it to perform machine learning operations over the dataset. Finally, let's talk about customer support. Microsoft Power BI is relatively younger in the market than Tableau and hence it has a smaller community. While Tableau has over 160,000 active users participating in over 500 global user groups and over 150,000 active customers participating in the Tableau online community. Next, on the screen, you can see the Google Trends for both the tools over the last 5 years from 2015 onwards. As you can see, Tableau is a clear front runner and is more popular these days with high search volume. Now talking about the Gartner Magic Quadrant for Analytics and Business Intelligence Platforms. So for 13 consecutive years, Gartner has recognized Microsoft as a Magic Quadrant leader in analytics and business intelligence platforms. And it has recognized Tableau as a leader in business intelligence after Microsoft. You can see there are other popular tools such as Qlik, ThoughtSpot, CSense, Oracle, SAS, SAP, and Salesforce. Now I will tell you how Simplilearn can assist you in learning Power BI and Tableau and help you become an expert in business intelligence. So let me take you to our website. I'll open a new tab. Let me search for simplilearn.com. I'll now search for Power BI in the search bar. So let me type Power BI here. I'll click the first link, which is the Power BI certification training course. So this course will help you learn about Microsoft Power BI desktop layouts. You will learn how to build business intelligence reports, dashboards, Power BI data analysis expressions, commands and functions. So this is the course content. You'll learn about desktop layout, features, the views, connecting to common data sources. You learn about the query editor and its functionality. Then you will learn how to create relationships in your data model. You learn about calculated columns and measures, built-in aggregations. You will also learn about data visualizations practices, reports and dashboard layout, creating a sales analysis report, and lots more. Let me go back and now I'll search for Tableau. I'll click on the first link. So this is the course for Tableau certification training. So it's around 56 hours of in-depth blended learning. There are 4 real-time industry projects. You'll get lifetime access to self-paced learning videos, 2 simulation exams. On the right, you can see the skills that will be covered as part of this course. We learn Tableau statistics, building interactive dashboards. There's arithmetic, logical and LOD calculations, which is level of detail. Learn about heat map, waterfall, Pareto, clustering, forecasting. And here you can see the entire course content. After learning this course, you can go ahead and take the Tableau certification.
And with that, we have reached the end of this Advanced Power BI full course. If you have any questions, please feel free to let us know in the comment section below. And if you need any of the resources that we used in this session, like the PPT, code, datasets, anything, please do let us know and we will have it shared to you at the earliest. Until next time, thank you for watching, stay safe, keep learning and get ahead.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.